Angelic. Hey. Yeah. All praise the Most High Creator. Creator Gang is in the house. It's your boy Cosmon Cal. Back with another banger. We gonna get this thing going. This is Jehovih Chronicles. (15). Spiritualism, and in the footsteps of Faithism. That's right. Shout out to all the fam that's coming through. Everybody come on in, come on in. Kindred. Hey, Shalom family. She Brew in the house. My mighty midget from Brooklyn. De jour. Shalom family. Sister Tikva. Shalom. The OG of this thing. Huh? Set apart living. It's my sister. You hear me? We gonna get off into this one. This one is called Jehovih Chronicles, lesson number 15, in the footsteps of Faithism. There are some things I want to show you that are taking place in Owaspy that have been backed up historically. You dig what I'm talking about? We want to get into some of the people. See the 4 steps, because see, the whole universe has rhyme and reason and symmetry and mathematics built into it. There is nothing that comes from, or there is nothing that starts off as nothing that ends up producing something. Everything has a source. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. Shout out to the homeboy Kev, my Faithless brother. We gonna be coming with the Creator Gang shirts. You dig what I'm talking about? We gonna be having them popping off. It's gonna be a good one, y'all. So, in this book of S, right? In the book of S, we see where our future archangel and a goddess of the Kosmon era was sent back to do a job, a specific job. You dig what I'm talking about? Where she goes on to inspire Lincoln. You dig what I'm talking about? To free the slaves in America. Right? And we're going to build on some of these people and these names mentioned in Owaspy. These, my friends and family, are the footsteps of Faithism. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to my bro Elijah. Shout out to Yare Ya. What up, cuz? What's going on? Wine. That Cali sunshine out there. You hear me? Let me go ahead and get it right there. So we're going to start this thing off with, just getting back to the basics to see what happened. Who was involved And then let's see the life of these people play out to see the true historical value and truth and level of light revealed within Owaspie. Owaspie is unchallenged. It is untouched. It is unbelievable and amazing. There isn't a book in the world. First of all, it's the only primary source for spiritual advancement, the who, what, when, where, and how of spirit in the world. So with that being said, let's get right into it. Right? I want to share my screen with you. Let me turn some of this music down real quick. Hold on. 1 second, y'all. 1 second. All right. Let's get off into this thing real quick. We're going to start it off real quick. In the book of S. Chapter 20. Book of S. Chapter 20. And so for anybody wondering about when these things we are talking about happen, well, first of all, this should tell you, but for sure, this is roughly the 400 years after escrow, or from 1447, right, to 1847. But these are the times of enlightenment, right? The times of inspiration, the times of great spiritualism. And we find that even our president, Abraham Lincoln, was not. Hold on, let me see if I can blow this up just a little bit more, y'all. Let me see. That even our president came under the spiritual influence of the angels of the Most High, right? We find here in verse 19, right? This is the book of S, verse 19. Now, when the gods counted the mortals and graded them, they discovered the majority had turned to freedom's side. So this is in between the time of 1856 to 1865, right? 8 years, or at the beginning of Lincoln's presidency into his second term, right? Let's make sure everybody can see this. Let's make sure everybody can see this. Jehovah said to his ambassadors, take your own inspiring host, and go down to the earth, to Washington, D.C., the capital city, to Lincoln, the president, and hold this matter up to him. What matter? The freedom of the slaves, so that he may understand me, for he is not bound in doctrines. He is not bound in the Christian doctrine. He's not bound by the Islamic doctrine. He's not bound by the Buddhist or the Confucianist doctrine. He was a man of open mind and spirit. But what was the benefit to that in his early life? Well, it says right here in the next verse, for which reason, right, He not bound in doctrines, for which reason my angels made him president for this purpose, which I have in hand. And it shall come to pass that Lincoln will hear you, and he shall resolve in his own mind. This is the creator speaking to one of his ambassadors, a goddess, to send her angels down to Lincoln. But notice, they're not forcing anything on Lincoln. Lincoln has to make his own decisions. Can everybody see that? And it shall come to pass that Lincoln will hear you, and he shall resolve in his own mind to freedom for the slaves. See free will being enacted? But he will seek for some external sign, fearing he may have mistaken the angels who minister to him. But I will provide a way for this end also. And the angels of Jehovih went to Lincoln in a vision, like a dream. And they said unto him, Lincoln, Lincoln. And he answered and said, who are you? And the angel said, those who come in the Creator's name. It's funny that in many other stories, when you hear about a prophet speaking to God directly or an angelic being, he comes in their own name and authority. It's very interesting that the high raised angels are coming to do the Creator's work. They said, those who come in Jehovah's name for freedom's sake, behold, millions of his angels look down from heaven and would come to your armies if you would only proclaim freedom to the slaves. Jehovah's hand is in this matter. Lincoln awoke and was troubled with his dream. The next night, the angels came again and retold their words, but added to them, the great majority of the country is ripe for this matter. They said, people ready for this. You fear this is only a foolish dream. Behold, we will give you proof tomorrow. Lincoln awoke more troubled than before, but remember that the angel said, we will give you proof tomorrow. Jehovah said, I will make this matter a testimony to this nation. So look here. The Creator said, I'm going to make this a testimony. So what he is saying is, I'm going to make this a historical part of this nation. You will be able to, in all intents and purposes, Google this and find the information that I am attesting to. So that, but why is he saying he's going to make this a testimony to the nation? So that no man may deny it and act like it didn't happen. And I will show also how my angels work singly and in mighty legions. A lot of people like to add that word legion in there to mean demonic, a bunch of demonic things, but actually legion just means many. Now, at that time, living in Washington was a seeress, Nettie Maynard. Remember this name, Nettie Maynard. And what is she? She's a seeress through whom spirits spoke in her entrancement. And on the day mentioned, the angels spoke through her, saying to one Case, right? Go and fetch the president into the presence of this woman. So here's another name right here. Case. This is Colonel Simon P. Case. He has a very deep history with Lincoln because he also dealt with the seances that was going on in the White House. And yes, I said seances going on in the White House. He also, we will go on, I'll show you later, he delivered many letters from Lincoln's dead homeboys who had died months and years before, but came back through a spiritual entrancement and wrote Lincoln letters. So when I say Simon P. Case, Colonel Simon P. Case, and Lincoln was homeboys, he was in the White House almost every day. This guy Simon P. Case, he worked with the government. He was a contractor, right? Now the spirit spoke through Nettie Maynard and told Case to go and fetch the president into the presence of this woman. And Case went to Lincoln and told him what was said. And when Lincoln was before the seeress, the angel of Jehovih entranced her and said to him, now remember, you're going to find out later, right? You're going to find later in time, right, that all this was recorded, but nobody knew what the angel actually said to Lincoln, because Lincoln didn't go out and reveal it all, right? But look, we find here in Owaspy revealing what the actual angel said, right? And the angel of Jehovah entranced her and said to him, we said we would give you proof tomorrow. Behold, we repeat to you, Jehovah is in this matter. Unless you proclaim the freedom of the slaves, you shall not succeed. Do this, though, and the enemy's armies shall melt away like snow in the sun. Now, it must be noted that at the time, Lincoln was not sure or not on the side of freeing the slaves. So we must ask, what changed his mind? But here we go. Look at this. And Lincoln's eyes were open, and he immediately, so whatever they went and told him, proved to him that this is what he should do. And he made his own mind up through free will. These are the ways of the Creator. No submission, no subjection, no if thou shalt forever or this gonna happen. No. Lincoln's eyes were open, and he immediately went and proclaimed freedom to the whole 4 million slaves. Right? So we just want to set the scene real quick of really what's going on, right? Some very interesting people have been mentioned. You dig what I'm talking about? And we're going to get off into it, right? Because these things need to be delved into. If you are long-time faithist or a faithist who has delved deep in these studies, right? I'm going to give you some names that you may be you may have heard of before, but never actually did the study on. I'm going to give you names like Cora L.V. Scott. Every faithist should know who she is. Nettie Maynard. You should know who they are. Simon P. Case, who was not, by the way, a clairvoyant clairaudient, but someone historical, right? And at the time of the writing of Owaspy, he was still living. So when the editor's preface in Owaspy says, they give his address out. Shit, he said, if you don't believe me, go ahead and ask him. Here go his address. It's in Owaspy. Facts. But I want to show y'all some things, right? I want to show you some things. Shout out to the National Spiritualist Church, the Desert Spiritualist Church, out there. And shout out to these sisters too. You see what I'm saying? Shout out to them. Let's get off into it real quick though. I want to share my screen with you. And let's get into it, y'all. Hold on. As you already know, right? It's your boy Cosmon. I come to balance all balances and check all checks, because you know what happens next when you see the butterfly vortex. Let's get into it, man. Jaja boy here for you. You dig what I'm saying? Let's chop it up, hit real heavy. Let's chop it up real heavy real quick. This is the Spiritualist Desert Church, NSAC Sunday Zoom service, but let's get off into it. Listen to some of their tenets also. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'll get into what they're saying about their overall mission statement in the Spiritualist Church. You dig what I'm talking about? And the question may be asked is, are spiritualists faithists? Well, in a sense, even though they still praise Christ, the gods, the lords, you know what I mean? But in practice, right, for all intents and purposes, they would be pre-faithists. Check this out, y'all. This is dope.
The NSAC manual provides us with the definitions of our religion, and I'd like to share those with you now. Spiritualism is the science, philosophy, and religion of continuous life based upon the demonstrated fact of communication by means of mediumship with those who live in the spirit world.
That is possible. We all know that now as faithists.
Science, because it investigates, analyzes, and classifies facts and manifestations demonstrated from the spirit side of life. Spiritualism is a philosophy because it studies the laws of nature, both on the seen and unseen sides of life, and bases its conclusions upon present observed facts. It accepts statements of observed facts of past ages and conclusions drawn therefrom, when sustained by reason and by results of observed facts of the present day. Spiritualism is a religion because it strives to understand and to comply with the physical, mental, and spiritual laws of nature, which are the laws of God. A spiritualist is one who believes, as the basis of his or her religion, in the communication between this and the spirit world by means of mediumship, and who endeavors to mold his or her character and conduct in accordance with the highest teaching derived from such communication. As spiritualists, we have no dogmas or creeds, but we do have 9 principles that we strive to live by. Please join me in declaring these principles now. We believe in infinite intelligence.
Do we believe in infinite intelligence? Indeed, we do. But we know him as the creator.
We We believe that the phenomena of nature, both physical and spiritual, are the expression of infinite intelligence.
Do we believe that also? Yes, we do.
We affirm that a correct understanding of such expression and living in accordance therewith constitute true religion.
Is that true? They say we affirm that a correct understanding of such expression and living in accordance therewith constitute a religion. I would have to say she's truthful, because a religion is not a thing talked about. A religion is a thing done.
We affirm that the existence and personal identity of the individual continue after the change called death.
Do we believe that, Faithism? Do we believe that? That after you die, or your physical death, that you are birthed in spiritual life? Do we believe that? Yes, we do.
We affirm that communication with the so-called dead is a fact scientifically proven by the phenomena of spiritualism.
Facts.
We believe that the highest morality is contained in the golden rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
So, good works are the basis of their religious ideology. Does that sound familiar? The golden rule. But it may be golden. Do unto others as they want, but there's one even higher and first. And this is why you got to be careful who you talking to and who you getting your information from, because if they haven't first applied, while do unto others may be a golden rule, the rule in the very first one is purity of body. So while you may be able to have these spiritual interactions, if you haven't purified yourself to where the high raised angels can come to you, you better be careful who you actually talking to.
We affirm the moral responsibility of individuals and that we make our own happiness or unhappiness as we obey or disobey nature's physical and spiritual laws.
I agree.
We affirm that the doorway to reformation is never closed against any soul here or hereafter.
I agree.
We affirm that the precepts of prophecy and healing are divine attributes proven through mediumship. Wonderful. It's now my great pleasure to introduce our speaker for today, Louise Barkdahl. Louise Barkdahl is the secretary on our board of directors, and she is also a co-chair of the pastoral committee. If we can please extend our positive vibrations to Louise now as we listen to her inspirational sermon.
Thank you, Jen.
Check this out, y'all.
I appreciate that very much. Good morning, everyone.
Cora L.V, Scott, Nettie, Maynard.
All those that we joined us today, virtually and from the world of spirit. Tomorrow,
Let's get
April
into it.
21st, is the anniversary of the birth of someone very important to the religion of spiritualism and to the National Spiritualist Association, which of course later was to become the National Spiritualist Association.
Look at this. This is Cora Ladencia Veronica. So L.V, Cora L.V Scott. She also married a Hatch, a Tappan, and a Richmond. Cora L.V. Scott, birth name, right? Ladencia. You're going to find out that her mama name is also Ladencia. Scott, Veronica Scott, right? Goes on to marry a Hatch, a Tappan, and a Richmond. Now look at the date. Look at the day she was born. 1840. That's 8 years before the Kosmon era. Check it out.
Of churches. I want to share with you some history of Cora, Laudencia, Veronica, Scott, Hatch, Tappan, Richmond. There is so much more to the little bit that I am able to share with you today that I encourage you to learn more about this spiritual treasure. The work that she did with spirit proved to so many learned people of the time that they have peers in the spirit world. In trance, she brought through fantastic details of so many varied subjects. The people in her audiences had no choice but to know that there were intelligences in the spirit world communicating with them. Cora L.V. Scott was born April 21st, 1840, near Cuba, New York, and was the daughter of David W. and Laudencia Butterfield Scott. Her father was an independent in religious views. He was a searcher for truth in all directions and was willing to receive it from any and all sources. Her mother was a truth seeker, and her religious opinions had been materially modified when Cora's wonderful mediumship was first discovered. Therefore, she was prepared to receive the teachings of the spirit world and made no opposition to the manifestation when they appeared in their home. The atmosphere of the Scott home was entirely free from the teachings of orthodoxy before spiritualism came to it. Therefore, Cora's mind had not been biased by dogmatic theology. The way had been prepared for her medium.
Notice the way Cora Scott grew up and the way Lincoln grew up was very, very similar. Even though they had people who were searchers and truth seekers in their house, they didn't bound them to one religious doctrine or law or way of thought. They allowed these people to come up and live to their highest light. You dig what I'm talking about? So I think that's a very telling similarity between the people. You dig what I'm saying? Namely being Cora L.V. Scott and President Lincoln. But still remember, this is 41 years before Owaspy. Keep it in mind.
And the naturalness of its acceptance. Her father, David Scott, loved reading and kept up on the times. No easy feat considering how long it took for the printed word to get from one town or city to another. There were not even phones yet, let alone internet.
Remember that. Remember, it was hard as hell to get a message anywhere in the country. So if something happened in, let's say, Kentucky or Mississippi or Georgia, it took you had to put a person on a horse and walk them from, let's say, Georgia or Louisiana or anywhere where there's the fighting going on. You had to walk that information all the way back to DC for it to be proven. You're going to find out later. You know what? I'm not going to reveal that yet. But there's something special going on with Lincoln. But remember that if the message got there most times. But remember, they say what they say about Lincoln. Even though that he didn't want war, he was very astute in it. Check this out.
He became interested in the Universalist religion. In the winter of 1851, he moved his family to the Hopedale colony at Milford, Massachusetts.
Faithism, you better do your homework. Because remember, why is this place Hopedale important, but for the bad reasons to you? Huh? Because they all, you know who you know who founded this place? Aiden Ballou. Remember, if y'all remember, in my debate on the Battle of the Holy Books on the Honor and Humility channel, STL, with the brother Malachi Maccabee, when I went against the brother Abinadab, he brought up a guy named Hosea Ballou. See, this is what they do. This is what liars do. When they get a little piece of truth and they try to twist it and turn it into a narrative that doesn't even fit what's really going on in the topic. Remember, he tried to tie Jose Ballou and the Ballous, period. Remember, he tried to tie the Ballous to the OSP? Y'all remember that? Let me reveal this. JBN got his middle name, Ballou, from a great French Huguenot who was a seer and a pastor and so-called prophet. His last name was Ballou. He is in the family line of Aiden and Hosea Ballou and Robert Ballou and all these extra people who have nothing to do with the WASP. But if you don't know, right, and somebody is bringing these things up to you as if they are truths, because you can Google it and you'll see a guy named Hosea Ballou who deals with spiritualism. But spiritualism isn't faithism. Huh? If you notice, through their whole constitution, the Spiritualist church never gave it up to the Creator one time. As a matter of fact, they mentioned God one time, but they mentioned him more than they mentioned the Creator. They gave it to an all intelligence. Okay, I get it. You dig what I'm talking about? They give it to a nature. I get it. But there is no nature. There is only the will of the Creator. There is no law. Only the will of the Creator. But see, he tried to tie Jose Ballou and what they had going on with Owaspy. Don't be fooled, nigga. Don't be fooled. Let's get back to it. Hopedale, 1841. But look, dog. Look what he did, though. He did build up a whole town. It was a whole bunch of issues with Hopedale right off the top. Why? Why was there a whole bunch of issues? Because they had a God, Lord God, aka the true Christ, at the head, not the Creator. So guess what happened to it? It failed. How many times have I told you, black folks, until you put the Creator at the beginning of everything that you do, he is the source, he is the one, he is the leader, he is the all, the first and the last, the quickener and destroyer of everything. Whatever you do will fail. You will have a Hopedale, not true Jehovah's kingdom on earth. Let's get back to it.
Founded by the Reverend Aiden Ballou.
Who?
1841.
Aiden Ballou.
Teachings reflected our spiritualist teachings of today.
Because JBN, middle name Baloo, they try to tie him in here. No family. And JBN family is English. The Baloos are French Huguenots. Uh-oh.
The Reverend Baloo had a son, Aiden Augustus, who was 8 years older than Cora. She had been picking berries in the woods where he was walking when he stopped to speak with her. She had been scared and ran home, stating his eyes seemed to look right through her. She avoided him after that. No one knew that he would become an important part of her life. The colony was growing quickly, and Mr. Scott saw that there would soon not be enough living space. In the autumn of that same year, his family moved again, this time to Waterloo, Wisconsin, where he formed a branch of the Hopedale colony. At this time, Cora was 11. The Hyattsville wrappings in the Fox cottage had only happened 3 years prior.
Uh-oh. Let's take note of that. What happened in the Fox cottage? Huh? When she was 11, let's run it back just a little bit. When she was born in 1840, excuse me. She was born in 1840, 11 years would put her at what? 1851 at 11, right? They said 3 years before that, so 1848, the Fox sisters rapping incident in New York had happened, right? Let's look at that. What are they talking about? What Fox sisters? Hold on. Let me get over here real quick. Let me get over here real quick. I thought everything that I would switch to would share my screen, but I got to stop sharing this screen to share another one, which is odd. So give me a second, but we're going to get right into it real quick because that is the Book of Inspiration. The Fox sisters is the Book of Inspiration. Watch this. That's the Book of Inspiration. 34. Let me go down a little bit. I think it's 16. Hold on one second. It's the Book of Inspiration. 16. And 6, I believe. Watch this. Book of Inspiration. Okay. That's the Book of Inspiration, right? $34. Watch this. Hold on. Because I got it. I could have swore it was. Yeah. Okay. Right. Y'all can see that, right? Let me blow it up for you. Move it over real quick. Move it over real quick. And blow it up a little bit for y'all. Who is these Fox sisters that they talking about? Huh? Now, you ain't got to believe in the historicity of a waspy. Nobody's asking you to believe anything, honestly. It's all up to you. But you can't deny its truthfulness and its level of light and revelation. It speaks of things that no men knew in a time it wasn't written, and bears them out plainly with no falsity, and then it ties it in historically. Now remember, they was talking about them rapping incidents in Rochester, New York, with the Fox sisters, right? Look at this. Look what we find in Owaspy. On November 14th, 1841, and I was right. Look, Book of Inspiration, 1660. Wasn't I saying that? So I don't know. On November 14th, 1849, in Rochester, New York, USA, the first public appearance of spirit communication, sitting in a hall, in the first public appearance of spirit communication. Remember, they did this in 1849. This is a year after the starting of the Cosmon era, when they had their very first experience, the most well-known one, in 1848, right? Sitting in a hall rented for the occasion. This is proven historically. The young Fox sisters nervously awaited. Till now, only in private homes had they given little demonstrations of the strange rapping. Here we go. Power attending them. But tonight, among the audience sat prominent citizens and good many skeptics, come to see this spiritualism fad put in its place as a passing fancy of new tricksters and the gullible. So they had people in here, man, like hating ass niggas in the crowd, like, man, I got to go see these niggas because I know they about to do some BS. Right? This new fad of spiritualism. It was new. It only been a year out. Right? Look at this. Oh, thought some. Witchcraft. Don't they say that about Owaspy all the time? Huh? Oh, y'all practicing witchcraft. No, y'all weak. And your God weak. Your deity, your angel is weak. Oh, thought some. Witchcraft, ghosts, and goblin folklore dies slowly among the uneducated. And here lay an opportunity to set aside once and for all the ludicrous claims they had heard rumors about. For tonight, anyone of the public could come, and many would be on the lookout for trickery and foolery. Yes, they thought, this should be a hoot. A jolly time indeed. So they just knew they was about to come in and clowning on the Fox sisters, right? But this was the Kosmon era. They didn't even know what they was in for. For the affair billed itself as amusement and oddity. So nothing serious was expected, yet it proved otherwise. Something else happened than what they thought was going to happen. Committees comprising individuals of sound repute investigated to try to discover deceit, but all were unsuccessful. So they putting these girls on trial right in front of the crowd so they could get, they selling it, but it is what it is. And all the while, this excited interest and the challenge. Would the rapping prove spirits? Or would the skeptics be right that the demonstrations were fraud and would this not also put to rest the notion of spirit existence? You dig what I'm talking about? So they were saying, you know, this is the perfect time to put this stupid spiritualism and all this stuff is going on. Because remember, even in 1841, the revisionists, the revolutionists, the universalists, there were all these groups propping up. You dig what I'm talking about? And this is in 1848 or 1849 towards the end, man. And they're doing some fantastic stuff, but people think that they tricksters. So they saying, would the skeptics be right that the demonstrations were a fraud? And would this not also put to rest the notion of spirit existence? So much of the belief in the existence of a spirit hung on the balance of this. One day in November of 1849. What if your God, what if the biblical God had tried this and he got held back by the creator, and people today would disbelieve so much in spirit, it wouldn't be nowhere like it was. Huh? But little did the audience expect that the angels of Jehovih had long awaited this moment. Oh, they was like, oh, we about to show out on these niggas. They don't even know what's coming. Indeed, earlier, when the Fox sisters began fearing the thought of public scrutiny in the upcoming Rochester public sitting, an angel, since before their time, you did what I'm talking about? What angel? Was this a Jehovih? Was this of Leonidas? Could this been of Xerxes? Oh yeah, y'all didn't know Leonidas and Xerxes helped to free the slaves in America, inspiring North and South. Oh yeah, we'll get into it. Whole nother thing. But let's get back to the nitty gritty. An angel of Jehovah spoke to them, encouraging them, telling them that this was their destiny, that for which they had been prepared. If you watched the brother Malachi Maccabee's show today, he brought out a new angel for y'all that you had never heard of before. You'd only heard of it if you had ever been a Faithist and actually took the time to read or watch it. You did what I'm talking about, that you loved your creator enough to just look. If you knew he was missing, where wouldn't you look for him? If your son was missing, where wouldn't you go? It's the same thing with our loving creator, man. He love you. He everywhere. He ain't gonna never leave you, but sometimes we lose focus and we got to go back to him. That's what's happening now, right? You learned about a new angel today that I'm gonna do a breakdown on the angels coming up too, because the sister asked me about what happens to you during the time between your death and a harvest. So we're going to get into this different spiritual rates. We're also going to get into the ranks and grades of angels. So there is a spirit brought to y'all today that was revealed to y'all today called a Lewis. A Lewis is a spiritual geneticist. Not only does he take, the brother was right when he told you that not only that it is a angel of the prenatal state, right? But not only does it see that, it oversees the perfect genetic mixings that it takes to produce a certain type of people. They are geneticists. And not only that, they oversee not only the genetic mixing, but the parents to get together and to keep certain lines brought together to reinforce each other and produce stocks of people that can hear the voice of the Creator and aspire to things higher than themselves. People like that are made in advance. It's almost like breeding. If you've kept let's take dogs, a type of dog alive by breeding itself to its kin and keeping this thing alive. So in 10 generations, I should be able to look down and see that exact same dog. Now he gonna be more smarter, maybe a little more something, this and that and that and that. But if I've done my proper genetic mixing, what they call it, the CRISPR, huh? That's what the machine that cuts RNA and, you know, melds different RNAs together. You dig what I'm saying? It's called a CRISPR. So with my spiritual CRISPR, I've been able to keep these dogs tight in 10 generations, 330 years. I should be able to look down and see, at least physically, the same thing that I seen then. You dig what I'm talking about? But now it's raised up. Now it's the genetics is even better. So over time, I'm producing a better and better and better dog. Same thing with men. The angels, the Lewis, go on to mix genes and produce certain people of certain spiritual rates. At the highest end, we call those people historically prophets, seers, witch doctors, vodouns, and we call these practitioners of spirit. These certain people take a certain genetic time of breeding and level of not only spiritual, but genetic upraising to get them to a spiritual level that allows them to let the spirit move through and acquiesce and use them. So, you know what I mean? That's a Lewis. So look what they tell us. He say, telling them that this was their destiny. And the angels been waiting on it. You hear me? And the angels did not disappoint. With great aplomb, or applause and roar of the crowd, they caused great crackings, raps, and uncanny thumps, startling the people. These and other unusual physical events occurred without any physical cause whatsoever. Because of the great interest around and because of the reports of the committees were to be reported at the next night's show, right? Let me move this down a little bit. They were to report it at the next night's show. The extravaganza continued for days. Every night, with people swarming to get in, they packed the place. Newspapers wrote inspired accounts. Huh? The angel said they were showing, they've been waiting on it. Newspapers wrote inspired accounts. And the wonder spread quickly around the globe. Thus started an interest, the worldwide phenomenon of spiritualism. What? And it flourished for a generation. How long is a generation? Ah! Come on, man. A waspy is it. It can't be topped. Look at the mathematical nature of what's What came out in 1882, y'all? We got the birth of Cosmon here. What came out 33 years later? Now, look, and the funny part is, if you change this 1849 to 1848, right, at the real start of Cosmon, and you run it 33 years, it'll be 1881 at the real writing of Owaspy. This is when they showed it. This is when JBN showed it. Either way, it's 33 years apart, showing the timetables of prophecy are unmatched. Get who you want to get. Bring them up here. Let me beat on this God and change his mind and get his way back to the Creator. This latter date being punctuated by what? That's the day it was publicated, not the day it was done written. By the publication of Owaspy, a fitting jewel crowning the wave of spiritualism. Well, who was inspiring that? Let's get back. Let's go back and look. My bad. Who was inspiring? Huh? (2019). We're going to go to the book of S again. Who was inspiring? Jehovah said to his ambassadors, take your inspiring host and go down to the earth to Washington, D.C. Huh? And again, Jehovah spoke in the heavenly councils, let my angels go once more and inspire mortals to rise to the light of my will. Again, the angels overran the land, inspiring mortals day and night to demand freedom for the slaves. And the ambassadress of Jehovah said to her inspiring host of angels, this is pre-1848, number the mortals north and south as to the majority voice for freedom. Now, when the gods counted, the mortals graded them, they discovered the majority had turned to freedom's side. This is Shay CV. Let's get back to it, though. Let's get back to it. We wanted to show the Fox sisters, though, what they talking about. You see what I'm saying? We ain't gonna leave you in the dark. Watch this. Let me show you. We're not gonna leave you in the dark. We don't believe nothing Owaspy say. We prove it to be true. We know there's a difference. There's a difference between knowing the truth and believing you know the truth. There's a major, major difference. This is why we test the spirit. We don't just blindly believe this damn book. But bro, when you're trying to, first of all, find creator, once you overstand it, you won't physically be able to see him like a man. Remember, he is in and of all things, right? Or all things are in and of him, right? You would then, at that point, to find the creator, you must compare him to his creation. We do that with the book. We take the information and prove it false or not. We don't rest on our laurels or what no secondary indirect information got to say to us, period. My God ain't no punk. My creator ain't no punk. He don't need you to tell me nothing. Now, as I am inspired by his hand, so will I get what it is he has for me to be picked up and inspired by. It's only by him anything happens. There are no laws. Only the will of the Most High, Jah. You done know. Huh? You done know. Let's get back to this real quick. Let's run it back.
Family had no.
Let's
in
run
the
it back.
autumn of that same year, his family moved again, this time to Waterloo, Wisconsin, where he formed a branch of the Hopedale colony. At this time, Cora was 11. The Hydesville wrappings in the Fox cottage had only happened 3 years prior. The Scott family had no interest in spiritualism. Its rapid growth had not attracted their attention. David Scott had attended a spiritual meeting while he was in Hopedale, but it did not impress him and was soon forgotten. Cora's first experience as a medium was when she fell asleep while writing for school. When she awoke, her slate had been written on, but it was not her handwriting. Her classmates told her it had not been them when she asked them about it. Children are very accepting and simply turned this into a game when it happened again. They wanted Cora to do their schoolwork for them when she slept. Cora's mother experienced this firsthand a few days later as Cora started writing messages from friends and family that had been in spirit for many years, and Cora could not have known of.
Listen.
From writing,
she wasn't no joke.
To speaking the messages and began working from the platform. In this same year, 1851, Augustus Ballou was studying for the ministry in Boston when he passed the spirit. 4 days after his passing, he was taken to Wisconsin by a spirit guide to work with Cora. Augustus said, quote, I was requested by friends and relatives who were in spirit life to give my aid in developing her powers and shielding her from the throng of spirit influences that were so anxious to communicate that they perhaps might do her some injury, as they did not know much of the power of control. I was admonished, however, by spirits above me that it was not in my power to alter the destiny of a human being, that I might avail myself of the organism for the facility of acquiring knowledge and imparting it, but I could not in any way alter her life course, for that was in higher hands than my own. End quote. Please note that previous statement proves that we may accept the teachings of the spirit world. We should not constantly be under the influence of spirits, as some claim to be. We have the responsibility to make our own decisions as to how we develop and improve our lives. To live.
Yeah, and that's true to an extent. Let's not let her just walk past with that. That's true to an extent, because yeah, we're supposed to be in communication with the spirits. I get it, but it must be through free will and organic choice, that the right choices are being made by the right possible people. So everyone must be in a state of pureness to hear the voice properly. So, because many angels, okay, I'll say this, most angels, especially here on earth, are low in grade and have not seen the higher heaven. And think about this. If a high-raising ranked angel knew that his level, an ethereal angel, knew his level of light would startle you to do anything, even though he could turn his light up much more naturally, he would dull it down for you so he wouldn't astound you. He would already know that. So the thought must be, would you even know a high-raised angel if he came and tapped you on the shoulder? How will you even know? Creator said, I made you a judge. Judge it all. Judge God. Judge yourself. And when you're done with that, I'm so cold, nigga, judge me. He said, I made you a perpetual judge. The only way you're going to be able to prove it is if you listen to it and then test it against the truth. Creator say, thou shalt not kill. So guess what? If you coming to me as a high-raised angel, supposedly, or the God of the earth and universe and creator of all, but you, first of all, you telling me about some earthly shit. And then, you commanded me to go to war? Okay. Kill women, children, and infants? Okay. And then the next night I get another dream. And both of these niggas look dirty. Let's just say both of them dark and shaded. One dark and shaded because he naturally dark and shaded. One is turning down his light for you so you don't stand your stupid ass. But both of them is dark. How you gonna tell? But one said kill women, children, and sucklings. The other one said, thou shalt not kill anything, do good works, and purity of body. Which one of them came from the Creator? See, Creator said, I made you a judge, nigga. You can see light from dark. Stop acting stupid. Have enough guts to do the right thing. That's what he's telling you. That's a faithist. That in the midst of the fuckery, do the right thing. Huh? The Lord said, I left them for a while and they went into war and they came back and the Irons asked him, man, why you leave us, cuz? He said, if I wouldn't have left you, you wouldn't have been able to overcome on your own. You wouldn't have never learned. So men got to learn to overcome evil here, right now. Huh? We can do that without busting a shot. What? Let's get back to the lesson. You hear me? Let's get back to the lesson. This is in the footsteps of Faithism. Cosmonian, man, coming back from the nebula. Let's get to it.
Listen and learn, then draw our own conclusions. During Cora's continued development with the assistance of Augustus, her family also developed their mediumship. Her mother, aunts, and an uncle. The whole family was converted to spiritualism by her teachings.
Now listen. Remember what the Lewis do? They put the people together to produce a stronger version of that person. The mama had the ability of seance. The daddy had the ability of seance already. So what you think the baby was? Cora L.V. Scott. A higher version of them too. Don't you give your baby the best of the best of 50% of his genetics, and his other parent give him 50% of the best of his genetics? That makes a human, right? Well, that resulting one is better than the two previous. We'll get into that too, but it goes into a whole nother lesson.
When the remarkable gifts of his daughter were demonstrated to Mr. Scott so conclusively, he wrote to Reverend Ballou that he had at last found something of, quote, good foundation, end quote, and that he would return to his former home at Cuba, New York, and devote his life to this new revelation. Over the next 4 years, Cora worked with a spirit German doctor who assisted her in remarkable cures. She was directed by Spirit to quit school at the age of 12. She came to know Owena, one of her spirit helpers, who had been of the Shenandoah tribe. Spirit Augustus Ballou said that her work was greater than his, as she was far above him in the scale of progression. In 1853, when she was only 13, her beloved father passed away, and for a period of a year she was quite inactive, except for occasional appearances in Fredonia and Dunkirk, New York. Finally, she was invited to lecture exclusively in Buffalo, New York, which became one of the largest spiritualist centers per capita in the world. Here, she shared the platform with Thomas Scales Foster, one of the most gifted orators in spiritualism. In 1854, Professor J.J. Mapes of New York came to Buffalo to pursue his investigations of spiritual phenomena. He attended the morning circle, and later was asked by Owena if he would speak at the afternoon meeting, to which he replied, yes, if you will control your medium, and let me give the subject that she shall speak upon. He fell into the very trap that Owena desired, since it was the test of tests that the spirits wanted to give him. The hall was packed. Cora took the platform, and after the choir had sung, came forward with her countenance so illuminated by the light of the Spirit that all beholders were struck with admiration. Professor Mapes spoke the two words, primary rock. After the lecture, the control called upon the professor to speak upon the same subject. He came to the platform and with tears in his eyes said, quote, I am a college-educated man and have been all my life an investigator of scientific subjects and associated with scientific men. But I stand here this afternoon dumb before this young girl.
Out of the mouth of babes.
By 1855, demands upon her
she only 15
that she leave Buffalo and go on tour. Finally, Horace H. Day, editor of the Christian Spiritualist, a popular periodical of the day, arranged for her to come to New York City. It was in the rooms of the Christian Spiritualist that she met Katie Fox and Emma Hardinge, who had a music conservatory in the same building.
Who she meet?
As her inspiration, she soon
Katie Fox. Let's see who. Remember the Fox sisters from New York? Let's take a look at the Fox sisters. That's Katie right there in the middle. Let's jump on Katie real quick. Can y'all see that? That's Katie in the middle. She met Katie. Catherine Fox, also called Kate, born in March. So this is roughly, she was born, they was roughly 3 years older than her. She was the youngest one. So if she was 15, Kate wasn't but 18. Maggie, right? Margaretta was born in 1833, so she's 7. years older, so she'd have been 22. And the oldest, Leah, let me go back. Hold on. Let me go back. Is this one. That's Leah. That's Margarita. That's Kate. These is the Fox sisters that did that wondrous act in New York, November 1849. Right? Okay. Let's get back to it.
Began her own brilliant career in spiritualism. Cora stayed in New York for more than 2 years. Meetings were held in Union Hall near Wall Street and attracted huge throngs of people. In her audiences were such people as
a lot of history in Rochester.
Horace Greeley, Professor Mate, and Robert Hare. It was in this period of her life that Emma Hardage Britton writes of Cora, quote, "She was a young country girl who at 15 years of age had been discovered by Professor Mapes of New York to be one of the finest trance mediums of the day. By aid of some other...
Look at this. Look at the picture.
This young girl...
You can't... Wasn't no CGI and... you know, fixing pictures and stuff. Look at the spirit over the lady's shoulder. I'm going to show y'all a picture of President Lincoln over the shoulder of his wife after he died.
Was found by an old, crafty, and experienced magnetizer over 50 years old and was coaxed into becoming his wife by promising to manage her affairs so that she could become wealthy. This man took her from place to place, charging exorbitant prices for the show, but keeping her so hard at work that the poor girl was frequently compelled to appear in public when she was fairly stinking with fatigue and illness." End quote.
Oh, working her.
She could not have been more than 16 at this time.
Damn.
Dr. William Britton, later to become Emma's husband, was in a hotel reading room when he heard a female voice pleading for help. It was Cora, pleading for permission to stay the night and asking for protection from the brutal husband she had escaped from. Publicity arose, and many leading spiritualists insisted she be granted protection and that the husband be summoned to divorce court, and a divorce was granted instantly.
Look at that.
Hatch tried to get revenge on the spiritualist. He had kept thousands of dollars that Cora had earned and used them to publish pamphlets that he sent all over the world to try and defame the phenomena of spiritualism. Cora went on to Baltimore, Maryland, where judges, lawyers, teachers, scientists, and also many naval officers were in attendance. They were not spiritualists, but they were forced to admit that they had no one who could cope with this young girl of 16. She parried their every question with intellectual brilliance, lecturing upon such subjects as astronomy, political science, religion, philosophy, history, and especially upon the burning question of slavery, with an intelligence which astounded leaders and teachers in such fields.
What that sound like to y'all?
Visited Boston, Philadelphia.
Sound a lot like a waspy, don't it?
With great success. Around this same time, Cora became a published author. At 16, she had published a book of poems. At 18, she published her first book of class lectures and poems to go with them. She also wrote about the gyroscope, an almost unknown and certainly not easily understood principle of the mechanical world. Her second volume, published at 19, held a lecture titled Sciences and Their Philosophy. This book shows that spirit guides know all the sciences and the history of the Christian religion, ancient history, mental and moral philosophy. Around 1862, she met and became lifelong friends with Nettie Colburn Maynard. Nettie, author of Abraham Lincoln.
Who she meet? Who she meet? Huh? And they're around the same age. Nettie only a year younger. Who she meet? Y'all seeing the historicity being revealed in Owaspy? You think it's a coincidence? A coinky dink? Let's run it back just a couple seconds real quick.
And the history of the Christian religion, ancient history, mental and moral philosophy. Around 1862, she met and became lifelong friends with Nettie Colburn Maynard. Nettie is the author of Was Abraham Lincoln a Spiritualist? Cora says that Nettie understated the facts in her book regarding the interviews that President Lincoln had with the spirit world through her.
A funny coincidence, right? Between the book of Was Abraham Lincoln a Spiritualist and Owaspy is right around the same time they were attacked and destroyed. Just a little quinky dink.
In 1871,
we don't believe in coincidences. We know that was Druja. We know that was Druja attacking it. Huh? They're going to do all they can. And they was still transmitted. They couldn't stop it. They ain't no people that made copies and kept them. You dig what I'm talking about? Sent them all across the world. And then notice also, after the husband, they make her get a divorce, he go out and make pamphlets defaming her, but it only made her fame bigger. Look how the creator be using haters, using their energy for you. Energy is currency. Current is vortexia. Huh? So they use their currency, their energy in your favor, hating on you. So get you some more haters.
Was published. It is a book of 250 pages and speaks of many things to come, including the positive use of the Golden Rule. There is a lot more after this time, not shared with the public, including a marriage to a Mr.
Yeah, Keon Cooper. Nettie Maynard is the woman speaking to Abraham Lincoln.
And writing, along with becoming the head of the largest spiritualist church in the world, in Chicago, the Church of the Soul, in 1875. She made a total of 3 trips to Britain, the first being in 1873. She was very successful there, too. Her last trip, in 1878, was actually a honeymoon. That is when she married William Richmond, who was a wonderful man and devoted himself to her. He was so interested in her work that he quit his own business so that he may assist her in hers. This included learning shorthand and printing so he could publish her weekly classes so that many could learn from her teachings. In 1892, Cora fulfilled a pledge and officiated at the funeral services for her dear friend, Nettie Maynard. In late September 1893, the first convention of the National Spiritualist Association was held in Chicago, Illinois, and Cora was elected as vice president at the age of 53. She held that office for 5 years. It is published that it was Cora's idea to start the NSA. She continued to give lectures at the conventions until the age of 75, her last one being held in New York in 1915. Cora passed the spirit on January 3rd, 1923, at the age of 83. Cora was America's most important and longest-standing medium of higher spiritualism inspirational transmediumship. Together with H.E. Barrett as president and the editor of the Banner of Light, publishing all her weekly addresses, they set the standard for higher spiritualism, sending only good mediums to do missionary work demonstrations across America. Her sermons numbered well over 5,000.
5,000 sermons
of trance discourses. Her guides, while using Cora as an instrument, taught the world that not only does communication with our loved ones exist, but there is truly a whole world of people with so much knowledge to share, to help us learn scientifically, as well as guide us onto a wonderful philosophical path.
Facts.
That with their teachings and our choices on how to use that knowledge, we can live a phenomenal life forever. She knew and worked and served so many people in her time here on the earth plane. We know many of those names and how much they have done for spiritualism, and by default for us, as we reap those benefits. I also like to find the unexpected people in these stories too. When Cora was 16, she was asked by a member of her spirit circle to assist his brother Henry. It seems that his brother Henry was also very mediumistic and had in fact received an epic poem from the spirit world, but he was having trouble receiving the ending to the poem.
Remember the name Henry.
While in trance. Henry was able to complete the poem in time for publication later that same year, 1856. The poem, The Song of Hiawatha.
Oh!
Author, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Oh!
I would like to close with this poem from this very famous author who seems to be talking about spirit communication.
Tell me this boy didn't know something. Just before Waspy. Hold on. Listen. Wait a minute. Wait. Let me run it back. Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Now I want you to listen to this poem. Huh? Tell me he didn't know Jaja. Or at least he thought he knew. These boys was for real. Look past that white skin shit. They was tapped in. Why? Herbivorous diet to just start off. And then just being genetically possible. Angelic inspiration. But listen to the words of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, and you convince yourself or stay in mute that if this man is not a Faithist, Cosmon, Cal, don't know nothing. Listen, I don't know nothing, but I know this man a Faithist before Faithism was even thought about. Watch this.
Seems to be talking about spirit communication. The stranger at my fireside cannot see.
Hold on. And the name of the story is the Song of Hiawatha. Who is Hiawatha? That is Iwata. Hiawatha is how the Iroquois Native Americans say the name Iwata. But Iwata is Algonquin. The people later on say Hiawatha. The Mongoloidal type. We talking about from the beginning. Iwata is Algonquin. We know who them people is. We know who they is. We just don't hate on the other man because of it, but we always got to clear it up when we tied up in there. You dig what I'm talking about? Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, the Song of Hiawatha. Listen to this. Listen. Watch this.
See the forms I see, nor hear the sounds I hear.
Hold on, let me run it back just a little bit.
The poem. Cora did assist him while in time for 1856. So it is, while in trance. Henry was able to complete the poem in time for publication later that same year, 1856. The poem, The Song of Hiawatha. the author, Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. I would like to close with this poem from this very famous author who seems to be talking about spirit communication. The stranger at my fireside cannot see the forms I see, nor hear the sounds I hear. He but perceives what is, while unto me all that has been is visible and clear. The spirit world around
talking about having suits. Remember, they said he was clairvoyant.
And everywhere, lost through these earthly mists and vapors dense, a vital breath of more ethereal air. So prone the world of spirits there descends a bridge of light connecting it with this, or whose unsteady floor that sways and bends. Wander our thoughts above the dark abyss. Thank you and God bless.
Come on, man.
Thank you, Louise.
Come on, man. He gave it up to the creator in the first 3 words. Here go your Fox sisters. Let's get a picture of old Nettie Maynard. Get a picture of Nettie Maynard. We can get a good picture of her. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to Nettie Maynard. All right. But it's always good to hear it out the horse's mouth, right? This is from the Lehrman Institute, Lincoln's White House, right? Married charlatans, Nettie Colburn, right? Watch this. Nettie Colburn, who is Nettie Colburn Maynard. Remember her? That's her married name, Maynard. Nettie Colburn was a young medium who conducted seances for Mary Todd Lincoln. Huh? President Lincoln allegedly attended on at least one occasion. Nettie claimed she had been controlled by a spirit named Old Dr. Bamford. Even longtime Lincoln friend Joshua Speech recommended Colburn and another medium to Lincoln. It will, I am sure, be some relief for the tedious round of office seekers to see 2 such agreeable ladies. Mrs. Lincoln first encountered Colburn at the home of Cranston Laurie, a top official in the post office. As Nettie Colburn later recalled meeting, she went with Laurie to his home after failing in attempts to obtain an army furlough for her sick brother. On my arrival, I was astonished to be presented to Mrs. Lincoln, the wife of President Lincoln, then to Mr. Isaac Newton. Look at the people she meeting. Misidentified as Secretary of the Interior Department and the Reverend John Pierpont. At that time, one of the chief clerks in the Treasury building, the Honorable D.E. Soames, former congressman from Maine, was also present. Mrs. Lincoln informed me that she had heard of the wonderful powers of Mrs. Miller, Mr. Laurie's daughter, and had called to witness the physical manifestations through her mediumship. She had expressed a desire to see a trance medium when they had told her of myself. Fearing that I had already on my own way, fearing that I was already on my own way to Baltimore with my brother, as I expected to leave that evening, excuse me. She said at once, "Perhaps they have not gone. Perhaps you take the carriage and ascertain." Mr. Lorry went and found me, as I have stated, prostrated from my long anxiety and trouble. But for the loss of that furlough, this meeting would not have taken place. Look at this. Mrs. Lincoln noticed my swollen eyes and inflamed cheeks and inquired kindly of the cause. Mr. Lorry briefly explained. She quickly reassured me, saying, "Do not worry any more about it. Your brother will have his furlough." So you think the women don't run things? Because how she gonna tell somebody? she ain't in no army. You dig what I'm talking about? You don't think women run things? She gonna tell her husband, the president, and the president gonna say, huh? Who tell the queen what to do? Nobody but the king. And who tell the king what to do? Nobody but the queen and God. You dig what I'm talking about? Facts. Mrs. Lincoln, noticed she said, "Don't worry about it anymore. Your brother shall have another furlough if Mr. Lincoln has to give it himself." Feeling once more happy and strong, I was in a condition to quiet my nerves long enough to enable my spirit friends to control me. Look at this. Listen, this is the time. Some new and powerful influence obtained possession of my organism and addressed Mrs. Lincoln, it seemed, with great clearness and force. You know, we know how the spirits of the Most High move. Whoa, you dig what I'm talking about? Upon matters of state. For 1 hour, I was under this control. When I awoke, there was a most earnest and excited group around me discussing what had been said, and Mrs. Lincoln exclaimed with great earnestness, "This young lady must not leave Washington." Okay. The next day, Nettie and Mrs. Lorry went back to the War Department where they had obtained a promise of furlough for her brother after a requisite examination by a doctor. While her brother and mother went back to Hartford, Nettie was prevailed upon to remain in Washington. So they went and got that thing, just like Miss Lincoln said. Get it together, you hear me? To do a good thing, to keep a man from war. That's what power is supposed to be used for. Good for you, Miss Lincoln. The day following my brother's departure for home, a note was received by Mrs. Lorry asking her to come to the White House in the evening with her family and to bring Miss Nettie with her. I felt all the natural trepidation of a young girl about to enter the presence of the highest magistrate in our land, being fully impressed with the dignity of his office and feeling that I was about to meet some superior being. And it was almost with trembling that I entered with my friends the red parlor of the White House at 8 o'clock that evening, December 1862. Mrs. Lincoln received of us graciously and introduced us to a gentleman and lady present whose names I have forgotten. Mr. Lincoln was not then present. While all were conversing pleasantly on general subjects, Mrs. Miller, Mrs. Lorry's daughter, seated herself, under control, at the double grand piano at one side of the room, seemingly awaiting someone. Mrs. Lincoln was talking with us in a pleasant strain when suddenly Mrs. Miller's hands fell upon the keys with a force that betokened a master hand. So she sat down at the keys. They just sitting over there chilling. Oh, girl, they already know she a medium. She just walk over there and sit down at the thing and then just start hitting that Beethoven. She start killing it. You dig what I'm talking about? So they like, oh, you dig what I'm talking about? Mrs. Miller's hands fell upon the keys with a force that betokened a master hand, and the strains of a grand march filled the room. As the measured tones rose and fell, we became silent. The heavy end of the piano began rising and falling in perfect time to the music. All at once it ceased, and Mr. Lincoln stood upon the threshold of the room. He afterwards informed us that the first notes of the music fell upon his ears as he reached the head of the grand staircase to descend, and that he kept step to the music until he reached the doorway. Mr. and Mrs. Laurie and Mrs. Miller were duly presented. Then I was led forward and presented. He stood before me, tall and kindly, with a smile on his face. Dropping his hand upon my head, he said in a harmonious tone, "So this is our little Nettie, is it? That we have heard so much about." I could only smile and say, "Yes, sir," like any schoolgirl. Then he kindly led me to an ottoman. Sitting down in a chair, the ottoman at his feet, he began asking me questions in a kindly way about my mediumship, and I think I must have thought me stupid, as my answers were little beyond yes and no. His manner, however, was genial and kind, and it was then suggested we form a circle. He said, "Well, how do you do it?" Looking at me, Mr. Laurie came to the rescue and said we had been accustomed to sit in a circle and join hands, but he did not think it would be necessary in this instance. While he was yet speaking, I lost all consciousness of my surroundings and passed under the control. So we know right here, what it tell us? What it tell us right here? It told us right here in the book of S, Jehovah said to his ambassador, "Take your inspiring host and go down to the earth to Washington, D.C. to Lincoln, the president, and hold this matter up before him so that he may understand me. And it shall come to pass that Lincoln will hear you and resolve." So we know who talking to the girl. When she said a power came over she had never felt before. Boy, that's Jehovah's daughter. She see the antidote is coming in power. What? Hold on, watch this. Watch this. Watch this. And Case went to Lincoln and told him what was said, and when Lincoln was before the seers, the angel of Jehovah entranced her. Who? Nettie Maynard. Can y'all see that? No. Well, right here. Hold on. Let me let y'all. Okay. This is the book of S, 20, chapter 20 and 28. Now, at that time, living in Washington was a seeress. Why was she even there? Miss Lincoln made her stay there. Nettie Maynard, who we find here on this day. Nettie Maynard, through whom spirits spoke in her entrancement, and on that day mentioned, the angel spoke through her, saying to one case, go and fetch the president into the presence of this woman in case when got Lincoln, and told him what was said. And when Lincoln was there before the series, the angel of Jehovih entranced her and said to him, we said we will give you proof tomorrow. Behold, we repeat to you, Jehovah is in this matter. Unless you proclaim the freedom of the slaves, you shall not succeed. Nigga. Do this though, and the enemies of thy arm the enemy's armies shall melt away like snow in the sun. Okay? So hold on, let's get back. Let's get back to Nettie Maynard real quick. Right? She say, while he was still talking, she passed out. I lost all consciousness of my surroundings and passed under control. For more than an hour, I was made to talk to him, and I learned from my friends afterward that it was upon matters that he seemed fully to understand, while they comprehended very little until that portion was reached that related to the forthcoming Emancipation Proclamation. He was charged with the utmost solemnity, and force of matter not to abate the terms of its issue and not to delay its enforcement as a law beyond the opening of the year. And he was assured that it was to be the crowning event of his administration and his life, and that while he was being counseled by strong parties to defer the enforcement of it, hoping to supplant it by other measures and to delay the action, he must in no wise heed such counsel, but stand firm to his convictions and fearlessly perform the work and fulfill the mission for which he would have been raised up by an overruling providence. What they tell him? Hold on. What they tell him, and the angel said, those who come in Jehovah's name for freedom's sake, behold, millions of his angels look down from heaven and would come to your armies if you would only proclaim freedom to the slaves. What? Jehovah's hand is in this matter. Right? Let's go. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Yes, this is all American history. You can Google this. You dig what I'm talking about? This is commonly known. Get the sister book too. It's a dope book. You know what I mean? Right. But y'all won't believe me. You did what I'm talking about. So I gotta and you shouldn't. That's another thing. You shouldn't just believe me. But I'm gonna just show you why we know what we know, and we telling you what we telling you, and we ain't gonna show you without no proof, man. We gonna, put the scientific method to everything. How you do that? Objective, subjective truth. You add that to historical and empirical data, primary sources. And then you add logic and common sense. And you lay that against what's already commonly known. You, in a word or in a statement, look at creation to prove creator. Since we know, see, that's the beauty of a watch spirit. Clear up the shit. We know Creator is the source of truth. So he leave the line of light open for you to follow him back to who? To him. So we just show you why we saying what we saying. We don't care if you believe. What would your belief get done? Many people believed they was doing the right thing on the pathway to hell. Good intentions, you know what I mean, are laced. They are the groundwork of the pathway to hell. You dig what I'm talking about? It's about doing. You can bump your gums all you want. Like my brother say, you get the mealy mouthing. You dig what I'm talking about? You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to honor and humility, man. Those present declared that they lost sight of the timed girl in the majesty of the utterance, the strength and force of the language, and the importance of what was being conveyed, and seemed to realize that some strong masculine spirit force was giving speech to almost divine commands. Yes. I shall never forget the scene around me when I regained consciousness. I was standing in front of Mr. Lincoln, and he was sitting back in his chair with his arms folded upon his breast, looking intently at me. I stepped back, naturally confused at the situation, not remembering at once where I was, and glancing around the group where perfect silence reigned. So these niggas was astounded. They ain't say a word. They over there, mouth agape. Big mouth bashing it over in the corner like, oh, you did that just come through? Yes. This, what I want y'all to get it, right? This is why the herbivorous diet, this what comes from it. Remember, you got to exercise to get a muscle strong, right? A sense. It's not really a muscle, it's a sense. Like smelling, like seeing. You don't do anything to get it, you just let it work. This are the rewards. This type of ability is the rewards just of itself of an herbivorous diet. She said when she came through, she was in this nigga mug, looking at him with the mean mug gorilla face. You dig what I'm talking about? Lincoln had his arms folded sitting back. Big old 6'4", 6'5" nigga curled up. Well, they say perfect silence reigned. Them niggas was dumbfounded. It took me a moment to remember my whereabouts. She didn't even know where she was at. This is how I know your spirit goes somewhere. The angels who come with Jehovah, they be a team of them, a group of them. They keep your spirit occupied somewhere. Because you don't, when you come back, you don't even be remembering what happened. It'd be a whole nother spirit using your body. This is why I tell the NSA, be careful. Be careful. Because you ain't got Jaja out the head. You dig what I'm talking about? You better get this a waspy. Okay, all right. A gentleman present then said in a low tone, Mr. President, did you notice anything peculiar in the methods of address? Mr. Lincoln raised himself up as if shaking off a spell. He was dumbfounded. He glanced quickly, because remember they told him, nigga, we was going to prove this to you. Nettie Maynard didn't live there. She was there doing shows and stuff, and the president kept her there. Her family went back to Hartford. Remember? So she was supposed to be there when people like Cora Scott and all them was around. But he said, I'm going to prove it historically. Testimony that no man can deny. This shit happened. Whether you believe in the spirit, what the spirit said, the instant, what we not going to do is debate that. Did he believe in spiritualism? Yes. And did these things happen? Yes. These instances are noted. They are historical notes in time. You dig what I'm talking about? He glanced quickly at the full-length portrait of Daniel Webster, the writer of the Webster's Dictionary. Did y'all know he was a black man? Ooh, Negroido. Huh? He was from, the people is German originally, but if I'm not mistaken, they come out of England. But the Webster, these people, Daniel Webster and his mama and them, and it's two cuts of them, a lighter one and a darker one. And Daniel was like his mama of the darker cut. The writer of Webster's Dictionary is a black man. Don't believe what they tell you, they whitewash you with them pictures. And he was dark skinned, dark. Yeah. He said he looked at the portrait of Daniel Webster that hung above the piano and replied, yes, and it is very singular, very, with a marked emphasis. You dig what I'm talking about? So to go back, he said, Mr. President, did you notice anything peculiar in the method of address? This nigga stood up. He looked up at Daniel Webster and he said, yeah, a very singular one. No, nigga, they gave me one message. Just like Owaspy revealed, but Owaspy revealed because they true angels of the Most High, what was actually said, because every instance of every experience is recorded. And when it's time for things to be recorded and Jehovah want them to make it through, he set it up that it make it through, regardless to whatever they trying to hide. Because what you looking for ain't how he gonna prove it. Look at the Most High, light years against ahead of niggas. You dig what I'm talking about? Mr. Song said, Mr. President, would it be improper for me to inquire whether there has been any pressure brought bear upon you to defer the enforcement of the proclamation? To which President replied, under these circumstances, that question is perfectly proper, as we are all friends smiling upon the company. It is taking all my nerve and strength to withstand such a pressure. At this point, the gentlemen drew around him and spoke together in low tones, Mr. Lincoln saying least of all. At last, he turned to me and, laying his hand upon my head, uttered these words in a manner that I shall never forget. My child, you possess a very singular gift, but that it is of God, I have no doubt. Look at Lincoln. I thank you for coming here tonight. It is more important than perhaps anyone present can understand. The angel of the Most High who came down through the ambassadress, Jehovih Antithotis, put on a master class for Lincoln. Put a master class on it. The nigga was dumbfounded. He said, listen, he said, it has taken all my nerve and strength to withstand such a pressure. He said, I thank you for coming here tonight. It is more important than perhaps anyone present can understand. I must leave you all now. Look, when you know a thing, when truth is revealed to you, it make you feel a way. And when you feel a way, you gonna do a thing. It's about what you about to do. And Lincoln had to work. Lincoln had a work to do. He was under mass amounts of pressure. You know what I mean? I must leave you all now, but I hope I shall see you again. He shook me kindly by my hand, bowed to the rest of the company, and he was gone. We remained an hour longer, talking with Mrs. Lincoln and her friend, and then returned to Georgetown. Such was my first interview with Abraham Lincoln, and the memory of it was clear and vivid as the evening on which it occurred. The next week, Mrs. Lincoln supposedly used her influence with the Federal Agricultural official. She used her influence with the Federal Agricultural official, Isaac Newton, to get Nettie a job in the seed room of his agricultural office for a wage of $1 a day. This was part of a building on F Street near 7th, where 50 to 60 occupants, the majority old ladies and the balance children between the ages of 10 and 12, found employment. My duties consisted of sewing together the ends of curious little sacks, each sack containing a gill of seed corn, beans, etc., and the case might be. Mr. Lincoln supposedly later attended a seance at the Lorry's Georgetown home. According to Nettie, Colburn claimed that her spirit took possession of her and advised her of his arrival in advance. As Mrs. Lincoln had made no mention of his coming in the letter, we were surprised at the statement. Mr. Lorry rather questioned its accuracy, as he said it would be hardly advisable for President Lincoln to leave the White House to attend a spiritual seance anywhere, and that he did not consider it good policy to do so. So Mr. Lorry, like, nigga, he got ops. You dig what I'm talking about? It's not good for him to be all out here willy-nilly and at a seance. You dig what I'm talking about? That's what Mr. Lorry said. Now remember, Mr. Lorry, who is also clairvoyant a little bit, and his wife is clairvoyant a little bit, whose daughter is really clairvoyant, right? Is the dude saying, I don't really think this shit right. You dig what I'm talking about? This nigga ain't coming, man. You dig what I'm saying? However, watch this. When the bell rang, Mr. Lorry, in honor of his expected guests, went to the door to receive them in person. His astonishment was great to find Mr. Lincoln standing on the threshold, wrapped in his long coat, and to hear his cordial "good evening" as he put out his hand and entered, Mr. Lorry promptly exclaimed, "Welcome, Mr. Lincoln, to my humble roof. You were expected." Mr. Lincoln stopped in the act of removing his cloak and said, "Expected? Why, it is only 5 minutes since I knew that I was coming." He came down from the cabinet meeting as Mrs. Lincoln and her friends were about to enter the carriage and asked them where they was going. She replied, "To Georgetown, to a circle." He answered immediately, "Hold on a minute, I will go with you." "Yes," said Miss Lincoln, and I was never so surprised in my life. He seemed pleased when Mr. Lorry explained the source of our information, and I think it had a tendency to prepare his mind to receive what followed and to obey the instructions given. According to John Keneally, autobiographer of Daniel Sickles, who was a member of Mrs. Lincoln's social circle, Dan managed to inject a spirit of skepticism into one of Nettie's sessions in the White House by persuading Mary to allow him to set a test for Nettie Colburn. He concealed himself behind the draperies of the room and asked Nettie, when she arrived, to name who was hiding there. This plot showed that Mrs. Lincoln may, at some level, have begun to doubt. So while Dan stood hidden there, Mary Todd jovially challenged Nettie to come up with his name. Before Nettie could oblige, Lincoln came into the parlor and apologized for not being able to stay. He had a cabinet meeting and his cab awaited. At that moment, claimed Nettie, a sudden silence fell upon the group, and she herself was entranced at once. Now, she go on to name the guy. You dig what I'm talking about? So that's a little insight on Nettie right there. You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on. Let's get a look at her. Nettie Maynard in the footsteps of Faithism. Huh? Precursors. These girls was going out here doing it. Real spirit, real suis. The ability to hear and see spirits. Just like these sisters. The Fox sisters. Huh? I wonder what happened to them. Yeah, we got to get into that. You dig what I'm talking about? But check this. It's another guy we need to look at. Hold on one second. It's another guy. Colonel Simon P. Casey. When you're a good investigator, right, and you're a good researcher, you don't just stop with the yays and the nays. You get both sides of the story and then you weigh it all together. What makes sense? You dig what I'm talking about? If nothing else, can't nobody say Lincoln didn't have spiritual encounters. When he say he did, when his wife say he did, everybody around him say he did. This is a little bill called "The Medium and the Message: The Evidence for Lincoln's Encounter with psychics or Swiss mediums. This outing let us delve a little into a much neglected aspect of Abraham Lincoln, his interest, nay, obsession with the paranormal. To be sure, I covered the subject in depth at the paranormal presidency of Abraham Lincoln. I have blogged on some aspects of it before. However, the subject is worth more exploring since mainstream historians have largely ignored the subject or dismiss it by emphasizing that our 16th president was merely humoring his neurotic wife. They really mean to say bitchy, but don't wish to sound sexist, and they let it go at that. Okay, let me drop down a little bit more. The evidence for Lincoln's early involvement with psychics is admittedly sketchy. The trail is difficult to follow in this and other controversial aspects of Lincoln, mainly because his sole surviving son, Robert Todd Lincoln, did such a good job at suppressing all evidence after the war that did not portray his father as a living saint. We know for a fact that for several days, Robert Lincoln running burned satchels full of papers relating to his father's life and politics. So when you read about old Honest Abe, bear in mind that it is that as voluminous as Lincoln's paper may seem, they are in fact heavily scrubbed. Can everybody see that? Okay. But not everything went up in flames. There was an eyewitness testimony for one thing, although here again historians cast aspersions on the witness, dismissing them as liars and cranks. One witness in particular testifies to Abraham Lincoln consulting at least one psychic which had anything to do with Mary and preceded the death of their son Willie. After the war, a gentleman named Colonel Simon P. Case came forward to testify that he had been instrumental in securing a meeting between the president and a writing medium by the name of Mr. Conklin. He recounts visiting Washington on business. He was a government contractor. This is your case. And out of curiosity, visiting his old apartments, only to encounter the mysterious Mr. Conklin. Being already a believer in spiritualism, this Conklin prevailed upon him to deliver a letter to Lincoln and to set up a meeting between him and the president. Colonel Chase obliged, but for whatever reason, Conklin stayed in another room, right? He stayed in another room of the White House during Case's interview with the president. The story is a curious one, and Colonel Case conflated his encounter with a full seance attended by the president sometime later, attended by the young medium Nettie Colburn. Uh-oh. Okay. Everywhere we go, we keep finding these tracks. Huh? Jaja giving proof of his words today. He say the time of preaching and believing is over. Huh? Time of all that preaching and believing is over. Man is gonna know, and he gonna live to that highest life. You dig what I'm talking about? Dig this. Let's get back into it a little bit, though. In seeking to verify Case's accounts, it is not helpful that he related these encounters with the president a number of years later when the good gentleman was apparently up in years and his memory less than perfect. Fortunately, we have contemporary documentation to support Colonel Chase's narrative. Deep within, well, watch this chick get deep. Watch this. Deep within the Library of Congress, Lincoln Papers, is preserved the missive from Conklin, which he delivered to Lincoln, right? Case recalled it happening sometime in 1682. In fact, the letter is dated December 28, 1861. And the medium's name was H.B. Conklin. His return address was actually New York City, not Pennsylvania Avenue in D.C. Watch this. Conklin's missive to Lincoln. So the letter, right, or Conklin's part, right? Conklin's missive to Lincoln, watch this, was actually just a cover letter for another gentleman's letter. So Conklin like, yo, here go a letter from this nigga. I'm H.B. Conklin. Boom. And he put it in there with another letter, like a foreword. You dig what I'm talking about? Watch this. Conklin's missive to Lincoln was actually just a cover letter for another gentleman's letter. The man named Edward Baker. Baker was a person well known to Lincoln, having been a good friend of the president's. The reason Baker was unable to deliver the letter in person is that he had been killed at the Battle of Ball's Bluff months before, and he had written it from the grave. Listen, Conklin was a medium who would do the right. He would do automatic writing like JBN almost, except he would write his. They told JBN to get a typewriter. You dig what I'm talking about? So he's sending a letter. The president, Lincoln, is getting a letter from his homeboy who died 6, 7, 8 months ago, written through the hand of another nigga spiritually by automatic writing, getting delivered to the president, and it's in the White House right now. The Library of Congress not only has transcribed this correspondence into a readable printed type text, it has also provided access photostats of the original documents. Curiously, there are some 8 pages to the original, although the printed transcript is much shorter. Most of the original papers seem to be filled with meaningless scribbling. And so this is the lack of spiritual connection. Because they can write it out. You see, you can write it out. Some of it was written out. Right? Most of the original papers seem to be filled with meaningless scribbling. And when I first examined it, I was at a loss to make sense of it. Then I realized Conklin was a writing medium. And what those pages were, what we would call today automatic writing. Look at this. Beyond Case's eyewitness account, right? We read about Case. Hold on. Let's get back to Owaspy. Let's show you an Owaspy. Show you an Owaspy. Now, at that time, living in Washington was a seeress, Nettie Maynard, through whom spirits in her, who spoke through her, through whom spirits spoke in her entrancement. And on the day mentioned, the angel spoke through her, saying to one Case, this is your Simon P. Case. Look, When Owaspy was written, this nigga was still living. Look, parties desiring a full report of the mortal side of this history are referred to Colonel Chase at 1601 North 15th Street, Philadelphia, PA. That is the original editor. Huh? Look, remember the editor refers to the 1882. Huh? But he was living at this time. That's why I told him, nigga, if you don't believe me, go ask him, because he lived right here. That's like the equivalent of today is shit. If you don't believe me, boom, call Cosmon real quick. Here go his number. And ask him about, did this happen? Beyond Case's account, eyewitness account, there is other evidence of Lincoln's encounter with H.B. Conklin. Apparently, Lincoln met Conklin even before he became president. An article published in March of 1861 and entitled "The President is a Spiritualist" relates how Conklin met him a year before and delivered another message from a dead acquaintance. What? Conklin dropping off that death mail. You know what I mean? We don't want to open his letters. Whether H.B. Conklin was the real deal or simply a clever charlatan is irrelevant. The fact remains that there is solid evidence that Lincoln was frequenting psychics and mediums without Mary, and doing so well before their son's death. What Lincoln's motives may have to do is open to debate. The fact that he did so is not. For more on the subject, see chapter 14 of Paranormal Presence. Dope. But do I want to go right here? I'm going to break it down for y'all. Because y'all won't believe me, man. You know you won't believe. Right? Let me show you this. Let me show you this. If you don't believe me, I bet you'll believe Manly P. Hall. Huh? Y'all so worried about the Masons anyway. Right? I ain't worried about them. I know what they do. The question is, why ain't we in doing it on the good side with a good purpose? You dig what I'm talking about? So, all right. This is Manly P. Hall. All right? Check the breakdown on Lincoln. Feel me? You feel me? You see me? Let's go.
The double face in the mirror. In this case, as he says, the pale face was about 5 degrees paler than the other one. He told the story and explained it and described it to Mrs. Lincoln, and she was greatly worried and frightened, declaring that it seemed to her that the first face, which was very clear, indicated the first term of the presidency, the second face, the second term, and that he might very well not survive it. It was rumored about Washington and caused considerable fear and unhappiness. This type of episode was so frequent that it is hardly necessary to go into all of the details. There is no record that Lincoln ever tossed these things off as hallucinations or regarded them in the light that maybe the modern psychologist would view them. He accepted them for what they were. He believed that the prophets of old received visions and premonitions, and that they might come to any person who was in need or under great mental and emotional stress. There is an interesting episode or circumstance in the life of Lincoln, which perhaps we should build up to a little before we go into it. Try to reconstruct in your own mind Washington, D.C. during the long years of the Civil War. It was not the great city that we know today. It was, of course, still the center of the federal government. But in our terms of thinking, it would have been a very shabby community. It was not important or impressive. Perhaps it was to those people because it was the center of their government. But in the view of our time, it would be a very nondescript place at best. It was also very informal. The tremendous structure of government that we know was practically non-existent. And while, as Lincoln points out, there was never a moment without its conspiracies, the outer surface of the national capital was that of a quiet community. In this atmosphere and in this environment, life in the White House was comparatively simple also. Lincoln was not surrounded by the tremendous protective mechanism that we know today. Probably he didn't need it, for the most part. In any respect, he didn't want it. And like many of our other presidents, he used every possible means to prevent himself from being protected. He did not like the thought of it. Access to Lincoln was comparatively easy. And on at least 2 afternoons of every week, he was available to people of all classes and of all kinds of purposes. It is estimated that on an average afternoon when he was available to the people that he personally spoke to and shook hands with between 200 and 300 persons who came to him with every kind of problem. He insisted upon the right to maintain this policy. He was warned that it was a great cause of exhaustion and fatigue to himself, and that a great many of the persons who came to him had no real reason for being there. He admitted all of this, but said that it constituted a kind of communication with average people. That it was simply the kind of way of contacting his citizens, and that he wished to maintain this. He was also very quick to intercede in problems that arose. If he believed in the justice of situations, it was almost certain that he would cooperate with any reasonable demand or request that was made of him. He pardoned, forgave, exonerated countless persons during his period of presidency. In this time also, the religious life of Washington was almost typical of the time and of the day. Churches were strong. Church feelings were, of course, extremely orthodox. But there was another interesting phenomenon that was appearing, which was probably the only metaphysical factor that could be found in the society of its time, and that was the rise of spiritualism. Spiritualism probably went through its golden age about just about this time. It had awakened a great deal of interest in thoughtful persons, and the leaders and followers of the spiritualistic beliefs at that time were drawn from some of the best levels of American thought. The belief in life after death, of course, was not exactly heretical, even to the most conservative religious group. But the problem of attempting to communicate with those of another life, the effort to reach across the veil, was of course important at a time of a high mortality, when many persons lost loved ones, and where the general feeling was a desperate need for some kind of inner reassurance. Thus we find also that in World War I and World War II in the present century, both these wars were accompanied by a rise of interest in psychic phenomena. The individual seeking some demonstrable reassurance that the world which we live in is not the end of existence. Of course, it's rather interesting that it should be so important at that time, because nearly all religious organizations held the immortality of the soul as an essential doctrine. But this doctrine apparently was not quite strong enough to sustain bereaved parents and wives whose husbands had gone forth to Gettysburg or Antietam and never returned. There was some need for some other kind of consolation, a more emotional, immediate, vital approach. At that time, this approach was largely in the form of small groups of lecturers. These lecturers were many of them mediums. Some of them lectured while under trance. They went about to various public facilities, auditoriums, halls, places of assembly, and there they would have seances in public. These seances consisted almost entirely of trance mediumship. They did not include any particular phenomena as far as public demonstration is concerned. They were messages. Messages not really addressed to persons. Messages about the larger life of things. Messages that answered questions about the state of consciousness after death and things of that nature. And it may well have been that the fact that Lincoln was not strongly affiliated to some denominational church may have encouraged the rise of this type of situation in Washington, D.C. itself. In any event, during the period of Lincoln's presidency, a number of mediums were publicly lecturing in Washington, New York, Boston, and other areas. They came to Washington very largely to comfort private citizens and to bring the glad tidings of the possibility of contacting those who had passed on. This was the burden of their purpose at that time. They had never been apparently subject to too great persecution. No effort was really made to prevent them from functioning. The later reflections of various organizations and the intellectual complications arising from conflicts of belief, these had not arisen to any marked degree. And as a number of very strong, prominent, well-placed persons had shown a deep interest in the subject, it had a certain prestige. It would be quite unlikely, in fact almost impossible, that some of this psychism should not have come to the knowledge of President Lincoln. He was naturally a person given to this type of mystical experience. Therefore, he could certainly have had a sympathy for it. It is known that persons close to him were interested in psychic phenomena, and that on a number of occasions, predictions or messages or revelations, presumably from beyond the grave, which had bearing upon the condition of the country or the circumstances that lay ahead, were brought definitely to Lincoln's attention. There is no evidence whatever that he resented this. In fact, there is much evidence that he was impressed by it. So we see here practically the only metaphysical process that was then functioning in society, the rise of psychic phenomena. This psychic phenomena consisted not only of trance mediumship, which was the type most commonly used publicly, but it might relate to almost any other phase of psychism that we recognize today, including physical manifestations, table tipping, and discovery of lost articles, communion with deceased persons, and things of this nature. It was a typical spiritualistic situation, but it was, for the most part, carried on a very high level of thoughtfulness. It was a dignified, serious, in some cases almost desperate seeking for consolation in a time of great confusion and almost total national grief. All these factors have a bearing upon the situation on
This is Manly P. Hall.
This little prologue to the situation.
Shout out Roger Washington, Angelic,
very unusual, and I think
Keon Cooper, Kendrick,
one
Sharice, Misha,
well known as
gang, gang.
The book is entitled Was Abraham Lincoln a Spiritualist? And it was written by a Mrs. Nettie Colburn Maynard,
Huh?
who had some distinction and recognition as a medium. The book was published in 1891 in Philadelphia, and at the back of the book are a large group of newspaper and magazine reviews bearing upon it. The general quality of the reviews would indicate that no one seriously questioned the integrity of the author or the factualness of the book itself. Mrs. Maynard points out that in 1891, at the time of the publication of the book, many of the persons
Selah Shalom in the house
and named were still alive. That these persons would have
She
every
grew in the
opportunity
house.
and right to come forward and contradict or refute if they so desired.
Gang, gang.
Apparently, they did not do so. In fact, some did come forth and very strongly confirmed the book. Now, the story actually is related to a young woman who, during her early lifetime, passed through extraordinary health difficulties. She was almost lost on several occasions. As a result of this, her childhood and early womanhood were very greatly disturbed.
Listen.
From a very early age, she demonstrated a continuous and consistent psychic tendencies. She was surrounded by phenomena which at that time and under those conditions there seemed to be little need or reason to misrepresent. There was no particular cause or circumstance for the creation of artificial phenomena for fraud or other purposes. These people in this time especially were a very pious group, very devout people. And while occasionally professionals arose among them, it was only among these later professionals that certain doubts did arise. These persons living on farms, brought up in small communities, known to their friends and associates, were rather accepted for what they were. No one seemed to find any great reason to question them. Mrs. Maynard's book is written in a very simple style. She admits that during her youth, when perhaps she might have received formal schooling in these matters, she was too ill to study. The book makes no literary claims whatsoever. The very simplicity and dignity of it seems to carry a great deal of weight. But regardless of how we view it, it was prepared, it was written, the first manuscript was destroyed, it was written again and finally published. So far as we can tell, this book has had almost no influence upon historians of Lincoln. They have made no effort whatever, apparently, to investigate it or to find out whether there was truth in it or not. Because it reached an area in which, as time went on, public opinion more or less took a negative attitude, it has been simply assumed, I presume, that the honor of Lincoln was best advanced by ignoring the entire subject. I'm not so sure this is true, however, because I think that it is worthwhile to estimate every phase of the life of an interesting person. According to this book, with its names, dates, and places, not only was Mr. Lincoln interested in psychic phenomena, but that known psychics and mediums actually visited the White House and were received by him, and on some occasions questioned by him relating to the conditions of the country. Apparently at this time, the author of the book, and being then Nettie Colburn, was one of those who actually was received by Lincoln into the White House, visited both he and Mrs. Lincoln on a number of occasions, and while there actually put on spiritualistic seances in the White House.
Historically proven.
Rather interesting. Not only does this carry a certain unusual dimension, but it enables, through the book, to introduce to the public other mediums or psychics, or persons possessing strange and sensitive gifts, who were also permitted to be present and were actually encouraged to perform psychic demonstrations in the presence of Lincoln, his personal family, and a small number of his attendants and military aides. These are all named and dated, and the circumstances are very clearly set forth. One of the most amusing of these episodes, perhaps, is when one medium performed a piano levitation for the president, succeeded in causing a large piano to rise a number of inches above the ground. Mr. Lincoln is reported to have said, "I think I know how to stop this." Therefore, he sat on the piano and went up and down with it. After he had finished the experience, someone said to him, "Well, Mr. Lincoln, supposing someone says that this is all a fake of some kind." He says, "If anyone does not believe that that piano went up in the air, I would suggest that he place his foot under one of its legs and feel the full weight of the evidence." This is exactly the type of thinking we would assume Lincoln to use. According to this story, which is interesting in another respect, namely that the medium, being a trance medium, never to the end of her life knew what she had said to the president. He had no idea what the messages were, except such data as was accumulated from a later conversation. No written records were kept. The matters which related to political situations naturally were not discussed publicly. But apparently on a number of occasions, Lincoln was profoundly impressed by the messages which he received. These messages, according to the book, break down into several definite classifications.
Let's get to it real quick. We ain't gonna go nowhere, but I want to share this with you. What's going on with these clairvoyants, clairaudience, this sense? It is called suis. By definition, suis is, in general, is the ability to perceive spiritually, and sometimes used more narrowly is the ability to perceive and or see and or hear angels, aka spirits, in their natural condition, the atmospheric or spiritual world. Spiritual comprehension. Suis is spiritual comprehension. Clairaudience and clairvoyance. Suis, a person who can see with the eyes closed, or one who can hear angel voices. Not imaginary, but that which can be proved by experiment. One who has clairvoyance is also called a seer. Didn't they call Nettie a seeress? Huh? But let's get back to the Masonic mind of Manly P. Hall. One thing you can say you don't like the Masons or whatever you did, what I'm talking about, it don't matter. What I'm saying is these boys had a lot of information. They had a lot of information. They was in the know on most things. What it say about the 4 dark corners of the lodge? We'll look that up. Let me get back to it.
One of them, of course, was advance news concerning the conditions of the armies and the state of the war during the Civil War. A number of historians have pointed out that Lincoln seemed to have an uncanny knowledge of what was happening in the field.
How did he know?
His own conclusions were reached long before normal communications reached him. He was aware instantly of a success or defeat, but he was very keenly kept up to date with the immediate actions of all of his generals and all of his campaigns. As it was known, by many historians have noted it, that he has this knowledge. It may be that our little book here is one of the keys to it, because one of the problems that was constantly in the mind of those involved in these psychic researches in the White House, one of the problems was the immediate condition of the armies in the field. Apparently, most of the statements made under trance mediumship did prove to be correct. And on one occasion, when the White House was in a terrible uproar due to extremely bad news, the medium reported that the news was false, which proved to be correct. And the situation was not as serious as had been feared. Therefore, one area dealt definitely with this type of material. A second area had to do with suggestions, recommendations, and advice. And according to the account given here, on at least 2 occasions, the exact advice of the medium was followed out. And in both instances, very highly successfully. One of these fragments of advice at a time when the Union Army was almost in rebellion perhaps had a major effect upon the solution of the war. Another area which had to do with the psychic researches dealt very largely with what you might term religious or mystical convictions. A desire to know, if possible, whether the cause was just, whether it was according to a larger plan. And apparently the psychic phenomena consistently supported this, giving Lincoln certain reassurance that what he was doing was according to the proper will of that power which rules all things. Another area which the author does not go into in any detail, but which apparently played an important part in these trance sessions, was private, personal matters. These seances were held usually only with Mr. and Mrs. Lincoln present, and no detail of the meetings has been preserved. The meetings perhaps suggested something of these curious sleep revelations recorded of Edgar Casey, where he himself was not aware of what he was saying, but had to hear it later when read back to him either by a secretary or from a tape recording. As there were no tape recordings in those days, and as no secretaries were present, nothing as to what actually transpired was known except to the Lincoln family. And the family apparently never discussed the matter. But they did have sufficient interest and faith in it to make constant use of it. There also seems to have been some point here in connection with the death of Lincoln's son, and perhaps a search for consolation and comfort at a very trying and difficult time. In any event, the picture that we have from the book, which is rather detailed, rather carefully done, is that in the difficult years of the Civil War, Lincoln, while it is not stated or claimed that he was ever a spiritualist, certainly did find some comfort, some help, and some consolation in the consideration of the extrasensory area that he did through the mediumship of this young woman and others, come to a further support of his own convictions on very serious occasions, and was inspired, led, or directed to make several very important moves, including the ranging of his armies outside of Washington as the result of these trance messages which he received. All of this points out, I think, one rather interesting and valuable consideration. that we had in Lincoln at least a man who had a certain sense of the divine plan for things. Lincoln was always groping for this plan. Whether spiritualism was able to greatly solve this question, we do not know. But he was certainly constantly striving for a sensing of the universal pattern underlying things. As a lawyer, he believed in law. He also believed, however, that law had to be administered by righteous men. That law was an instrument by which
they was lacking in 1865.
And the guilty could be caught or punished. But that the administering of law depended entirely upon the integrity of the lawyer. But if the lawyer wished to use law as a means of thwarting justice, he could do so. If he wished to use it as a means to bring the criminal to freedom rather than to protect the just man, this could be accomplished by deceit, by subterfuge, by oratory, and by the twisting of law to meet the personal desires and pleasures of individuals. Lincoln sensed that he lived in a universe ruled over by a magnificent law, a great legal structure of some kind. And his own instincts, perhaps somewhat
everything but the creator, they'll call you.
In the early 19th century, Lincoln became very deeply convinced that there were rules in the universe. And whatever this power of God might be, this God judged righteous judgment. That this God had jobs for men to do. That this God expected to raise up those who would defend it, those who would honor it, those who would give to it the best of themselves and the power which they possessed. Therefore, to Lincoln, law was a great background of value, a great pattern of realities. And it was up to men to find these realities, and it was up to them to have the courage to keep faith with the universal plan of things. To Lincoln, as a lawyer and as a statesman, the responsibility of office was of constant concern. He tells himself of the tremendous amount of conspiracy that surrounded him all the time, and that he was constantly under the most terrible pressures to compromise his principles.
Yeah.
Persons of great skill and oratory, individuals with very highly trained minds, tried to dissuade him constantly, tried to argue him out of decisions which he felt to be right and proper. And it was necessary for him, therefore, to feel or sense the presence of some tremendous value factor, something that he could be true to, regardless of who opposed him, something that would survive the blunders of men to reestablish the glory of heaven. Lincoln's religion was, of course, almost completely this sensing that the universe belonged to God, and it was the privilege of men to keep this universe in order, to make it that which deity wanted it to be.
Deep. Deep. You know what I mean? Things that go bump in the parlor. Spiritualism. Lincoln and the Happy Halloween. The tall, thin man with the sad face folded himself into an uncomfortable Italiante armchair in the red room of the executive mansion. So this is our little Nettie, is it, that we have heard so much about? Well, how do you do it? At this point, 21-year-old Nettie Colburn claimed that she had lost all consciousness of her surroundings and passed under control of a spirit guide. Meeting President Lincoln must have been unnerving for the young Nettie, but apparently her spirit guide did not care and proceeded to give the president advice about the Emancipation Proclamation on the cold December night in 1862. In fact, Nettie's spirit guides gave information and advice to both Mrs. Lincoln and her husband several times during the years she resided in Washington during the Civil War. Mrs. Lincoln was often identified as believing in spiritualism, seeking contact with her deceased sons and family. Mr. Lincoln mostly ignored attempts to place him within any sorts of religious confine and publicly denied spiritualism. America has gone a great awakening. America has undergone the second Great Awakening as short as a time ago as 1820. And both Baptist and Methodist churches were enjoying significant rises in their memberships, but neither of these faiths offered the opportunity for communication with the dead. Unfortunately, the Civil War had a lot of dead with whom to communicate. America's obsession with spiritualism began in Hydesville, New York in 1848. Right back around to the Fox sisters. Look at this. Right back around. There, two sisters were allegedly subject to various rappings coming from the walls in their bedroom. Margaret and Katie Fox insisted that the knocks came from a traveling peddler murdered in the house a year before. The girls, because it seemed like such a logical thing to do, knocked in response. The neighborhood quickly became aware of the mysterious goings-on at the house of the Fox sisters. People were willing to pay to witness the phenomenon, and soon the eldest Fox sister, Leah, was managing the show. Look at Katie, Maggie, Leah in the middle. Right? By 1850, word of the rappings had progressed down the map, settling in both New York and Boston. Boston particularly attracted clairvoyants. Such well-known mediums as Fanny Connick, Leroy Sunderland, and Margaretta Cooper held seances in Boston, whose audiences included William Lloyd Garrison and abolitionist Wendell Phillips. The practice of attending a seance became so popular that more traditional congregations, now look, this is coming up to the time 1948, in them times where they inspiring Lincoln through the 50s, through the 60s. What is happening during the first 33 years of the Kosmon era from 1848 to 1881? This so-called spiritualist movement, but it is the proving of spirit to man. Creator said that he sent the angels to reveal his heavens to man. Owaspy is the only book that tells you will be able to hear the Creator in real time and consciousness, and to see the heavens of the gods in full consciousness. And then teaches you how to do it. The practice of attending a seance became so popular that more traditional congregations began to demand that congregants who also claimed to believe in spiritualism leave their churches. 3 mortals founded the newspaper that spread the word of spiritualism beyond the confines of Boston. Luther Colby and William Barry ran the Banner of Light. That should sound familiar to you. Y'all been reading Owaspy, y'all know, and you've been talking about JBN. You dig what I'm talking about? Within the Banner of Light. Should sound familiar. inspired and directed from Beyond by Fanny Conant. Harvard College, home of the rational thought for many years, challenged this movement. Student of divinity Frederick, L.H. Willis was removed from Harvard for conducting seances in private homes. Some of the spirits he claimed to have contacted were poets Byron and Shelley. The manner of light quickly came to his defense, arguing that Willis was a God-fearing scholar who had been vilified for his beliefs. Naturally, Harvard responded with a challenge, $500 to be rewarded to anyone who could produce authentic spiritual manifestations that included table tipping and rappings. The disbelieving Boston Clarion newspaper publicized and supported the challenge to be held on June 25th through 27th. Even the Fox sisters were part of the judging panel. Alas, medium after medium failed to attract any interested spirits. The money was never awarded. All this activity happened before April 1861. The Civil War changed everything. Suddenly, there were more dead people and bereaved families who just wanted one last word. Unfortunately, there were a lot of folks with just enough information to make it easy to prey on the bereaved. Listen, by 1860, we don't just read the yays, we read the nays too. We get a full 360 spectrum on everything that's going on at that time. So there was fake mediums and there was real ones. In 1860, Boston began to offer a sort of strip mall area to Tremont Street and catered to believers. Mediums of all kinds opened their own small storefront businesses. Others combined resources to provide a variety of services to customers who were looking for one-stop spiritual shopping. Body, soul, and mind could be treated under the same roof. The Reading Room Resort offered business advice, private or group seances, and medical diagnosis and healing, all while music, comfortable chairs, and a tea room atmosphere created a warm, welcoming environment. The banner of light right here. Anybody see that? Banner of light right there. First Spiritualist Church of Boston. I highly doubt they built that. Look at the unleveled streets, right? Look at the short doors and windows. Look like it been mud flooded to you. Think it been hit by Eshkra. I think this building is much older than what they say it is. It was seen because New England was where spiritualism had begun. It was seen as a mainly Yankee phenomenon. The Banner of Light claimed to have spiritualists embedded with Major Anderson and his men at Fort Sumter. On November 12, 1861, the paper ran an article suggesting the creation of a regiment of spiritualists. It would be commanded by men whose psychic credentials were impeccable. Powerful physical mediums, all gentlemen of military experience, good intelligence, and courteous bearing. This idea never came to fruition. Emma Harding, a British medium, claimed that during the war, many soldiers who were also spiritualists had advised their commanding officers on military matters. Miss Harding did not provide any particulars, however. That's interesting. That reminds me of when Leonidas and Xerxes were inspiring the North and the South to war, some of the angels would go and tell the men certain things, and the other one would inspire the other to fear. You gotta look at that. That's I know that's gotta be the book of S. Let's finish this up real quick. Public circles created by the banner held at its offices were meetings open to the public. Usually Fanny Conant was the clairvoyant who delivered messages from beyond to the Boston public. Through her, the spirit of abolitionist John Brown appeared one evening. Deceased soldiers from both sides, accents intact, regularly attended with messages to loved ones who were present on that particular night. These same spirits told editor William Barry not to throw his life away by joining the military. Okay, listen. They predicted his death on the battlefield. Barry did not take their advice and joined the 15th Regiment of Massachusetts in 1861. My third great grandfather went to war in 1860. He enlisted in 1860. Warren Sr. enlisted in 1860. And my second great grandfather, Warren, was born in 1862. He was quickly promoted to first lieutenant and was fatally wounded at the Battle of Antietam. Told your dumbass. As the war continued, spiritualist mediums and healers descended on the Union capital at Washington. Bereaved family members, agonized nurses, unable to staunch the death around them, and desperate politicians made natural marks for the unscrupulous. Nettie Colburn has never been accused of using her relationship with the Lincolns for personal gain of any sort. In fact, she sold seed bags at the Department of the Interior to support herself while she remained in the city, waiting and working for a furlough for her injured brother. In her book, Seances in Washington, Nettie is careful to explain that she did not help write the Emancipation Proclamation or give advice of a military nature about the Battle of First Bull Run. Look at this. She claims she knew several purported mediums and attended meetings at the executive residence as well as other places. She wrote, this is Nettie, if I had not had faith in spiritualism, he would not have connected himself with it. If he had not had faith in spiritualism, he would not have connected himself with it, especially in particularly dangerous times while the fate of the nation was in peril. However, had he declared an open belief in the subject, he would have been pronounced insane and probably incarcerated. It is also true that Mrs. Lincoln was more openly enthusiastic regarding the subject than her husband, and openly and avowedly professed herself connected with the new religion. Interesting. You dig what I'm talking about? But you gotta ask your question. Another question that came to my mind, I wanted to get into. Share my screen with you real quick. This Leo Baccatrava. Before the time of the Ark of Cosmon. He comes back to Earth. He is being honored by sitting on true God's throne, right? And look at what he says. You have given me great honor, O God of the earth and the heavens. May the light of the person of Jehovah dawn upon all the kingdoms of the heaven and earth. Yet, O God, do not be puffed up. This is another angelic being telling God, true God, don't be puffed up. Don't think she's sweet with the hope of sudden success. I have seen many corporeal worlds arrive at the Cosmon era. I done seen this before. I done seen this play out. Been there, done that, got a t-shirt. Many worlds have come to this Cosmon era, to this time. To the time of balance, where you will have high physicality and high spirituality all at once. Man has already reached the peak of physicality. Now it's time to reach his peak of spirituality. And it is the great balance between them two in the time of Cosmon. But it is like a new birth brought forth in pain and with much labor. You have several generations of mortals yet to be born before Cosmon comes. He's talking at a time before 1848. The four dark corners of the lodge will be bound upon you. The lodge is the prayer house of the Masons. What is that secret work they do? Who else is in a lodge? The four dark corners of the lodge will be bound upon you to destroy the work of your hand and Jehovah's. So if things like Emancipation Proclamation and things like that were works of Jehovah, right? If that's the work of the hand of Jehovah, what's the opposite? What came after Emancipation Proclamation or the so-called freeing of the slaves? Reconstruction. Almost every single person who had any dealing with the government at that time, black and white, were Masons. And of the lodge, these dark lodges, but who they in service to? The four false gods will fight you to the death. You ain't even, only after they go down in hell, you ain't even know your God had been to hell yet. Yeah, Christ, been to hell. The false Jesus, been to hell. Allah, been to hell. Buddha, been to hell. Brahma, been to hell. Yeah, they got the fire on that ass. Oh, yeah. Who you gonna put some inquisitions on? Oh, you gonna have to make up for this, partner. You thought it was sweet? Is that what you thought? Man, you got another thing coming, partner. But only after they go down in hell can Jehovah's kingdom come. On all the planetary worlds, it is It is always the same. When it comes to the time of Cosmon, now everything that has happened, will happen, and has happened. Say nothing new. Certain false gods, certain 4 false gods, got to be 4. There are 4 major religions in this world right now. Major. Certain 4 false gods rise up to possess the corporeal worlds and her heavens. That is Buddhism. That is Brahmanism. That is Islam. And that is Christianity. That includes Jews and Hebrews, not just Catholics and Christians. The Jews and the Hebrews praise the same Christian God, Luamon, the false Christ. Whether you call him El Adonai, Elohim, God, Lord God, doesn't matter. They will profess truth, but practice falsehood. Look at it. Profess peace. Bless thou, Son, Holy Father, but practice war. Who done killed more niggas in the last 2 centuries than Luamon, Christ? How many people have died in the name of Christ and Jesus? How many people have died in the name of Muhammad and Allah and Gabriel? Billions. How many people have died in the name of Brahma? Billions. In the name of Buddha. They will incite mortals and angels to all matter of evil for the sake of thwarting Jehovah's person and proceedings. Yes, they will even yet assume that they themselves are the creator. Jehovah, the veritable creator. They gonna fake. Don't you? If you've ever called the creator God, you fell for this dupe. You fell for it. Get over it. You thought you was talking peace, right? But then you never noticed that he was telling you to kill babies. You dig what I'm talking about? How you gonna talk peace? Right? And you tell me to utterly smash Amalek. Huh? How you profess truth, right? And then turn around and tell me you gonna send the lion spirits to the hands and mouths and pens of the scribes. You sending them. They will profess truth, but practice falsehood. Profess peace. Ain't it some people over there in the Middle East professing peace, pretending to be you, but warring and utterly destroying the Palestinians? Huh? Ain't they genociding the Palestinians right now? They profess peace. They talk about it, but they practice war. Right here in America, what they doing? You dig what I'm talking about? What are they doing? Professing peace and practicing war. And when your people profess creator and not them, behold, they will inspire others to fall on your people to destroy them or to torture them with great sufferings. It's coming. I don't know if I'm here yet as a faithist. I'm going to try to get away at first. But he shouldn't have made me cut like I am. Nevertheless, it shall come to pass with you that Creator, I just got to get out the way, shall triumph over all the earth, in the heavens of the earth. Men and angels shall be free, and no one shall make them afraid. Huh? Let me get down. Let me show there's another part. Let me show this other part. Okay. This is when Jehovah's casting out 4 false gods. Yeah, I'm tripping. Why is this thing so hard to control? Let me get this thing down. Look at the Creator. But in this era, I do not come to an exclusive people, but to a combination of all peoples commingled together as one people. Hence, I have called this the Cosmon era. From this time forward, my chosen shall be of the amalgamated races, who choose me, and these shall become the best, most perfect of all peoples on the earth. And they shall not consider race or color, but health and nobleness as to the mortal part, and as to the spirit, peace, love, wisdom, and good works, and one great spirit only. But look who we find. Look who we find. Hold on. I'm gonna get back to that. Can y'all see that? I haven't been, okay, I've been sharing my screen. Okay. Let me, 1 second. No. Let me see. Remember this part right here? Look, Leonidas said to Xerxes, it will be revealed before long that we have been here with our angel host. As a testimony of this, let us allot a number of our angels to remain a season with mortals and to inspire them to the athletic sports peculiar to Argosians and Persians. Right? Knowing that it's through them inspiration been coming. Who was giving Lincoln that war info? You dig what I'm talking about? Hold on. There's another question up here, right? Okay. Now this is after Lincoln, right? Did the Emancipation Proclamation. Xerxes and Leonidas You great conqueror, you shall conquer me again. Take your 1,000,000,000 angels and go with your armies of the north. So this is who inspiring the north. And inspire them on to victory. Give them such strength and courage as they have not before manifested. And as for myself and my host, we shall go to the armies of the south, and we will inspire them to believe they are conquered, and so make them flee before your soldiers. When we say Leonidas, you dig what I'm talking about? We talking about this dude. We talking about this dude right here. Hold on, let me share my screen with you. We talking about this guy. When we say Leonidas and Xerxes, this is what we talking about.
Now that's a bit of a problem. See, rumor has it the Athenians have already turned you down. And if those philosophers and boy lovers found that kind of nerve, then
We must be diplomatic.
and of course Spartans have their reputation to consider.
Choose your next words carefully, Leonidas. They may be your last as king.
Madman. You're a madman. Air and water. Well, you'll find plenty of both down there.
No man, Persian or Greek, no man threatens a messenger.
You bring the crowns and heads of conquered kings to my city steps. You insult my queen. You threaten my people with slavery and death. Oh, I've chosen my words carefully, Persian. Perhaps you should have done the same.
This is blasphemy. This is madness.
Look at Leonidas. This is Sparta. Keon Cooper, I'm sure some of the Negroidal ancestors showed up. They just called them Africans when they was Americans.
We can make it.
I hate commercials.
Hold your breath.
I truly do. Look at my dog. Look at Xerxes. Let's get a shot of Xerxes. They say Xerxes was a giant too. They showed him towering over Leonidas. Ahuan, Angui gone. Let's get it going with this slow this slow ass computer, man. What's up with this shit?
Being a member of the armed forces takes bravery, perseverance, and a commitment to
Gotta have
protecting
some
our
patience,
freedoms.
Cosmon.
We are grateful to all who have served.
Let's check my boy Look at Xerxes. Look at him.
Measure. I will make a warlord of all Greece. You are
Look how he's towering over at Leonidas.
If you will but kneel in mine. You are generous. As you are divine, O King of Kings. Such an offer only a madman would refuse.
He bought 7'7".
But
Look how big he is.
the idea of kneeling, it's, you see, slaughtering all those men of yours has left a nasty crack in my leg, so kneeling will be hard for me.
The wolf begins to circle the boy.
What did it say? You great conqueror, Xerxes said to Leonidas, you great conqueror, you shall conquer me again. Take your 1,000,000,000 angels and go to the armies of the north and inspire them on the victory. Give them such a strength and courage as they have not before manifested. And as for myself and my host, we shall go to the armies of the south, and we will inspire them to believe they are conquered, and so make them flee before your soldiers. This is exactly what they did in cowardice. The guys who tried to uphold slavery ran. Thus, these great angel warriors allotted themselves to the work, and lo and behold, the northern armies ran forth over the enemy's country as if war were only play. It was laying them boys down. And the southern armies vanished, disarming themselves. Did they not? This is historic. And returning to their homes, the slaves were freed. And Jehovah said, let this be testimony that this land, America, is the place of the beginning of the Kosmon era. There shall be no caste among my people. Behold, I went to the Israelites, and in that day I said, keep yourselves as a separate people, for I had work for them, which was to travel westward. So when you came out of Egypt, where did you go? Who was them people over in the Middle East? Who was them people that was caught up in Babylon? Huh? Who was them people enslaved? Who was the people that went to war? It wasn't you, Israelite. It wasn't you, Faithism. How could you be in the East and you were created to go west? Huh? You were created. Let's get down here to let's show you who they was. Let's show you who they was. All right. I think it's the book of Esdras. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's get to the book of Esdras. Let's see. Hold on. I gotta show y'all this. Let me stop sharing. Let me share this with you. The book of Esdras. I want to say it's 42. Is it 42? Yeah, Sila. He looked a little feminine. You dig what I'm talking about? But yeah, remember his goddess was Ashtaroth. Literally, under the name Ashtaroth, Xerxes praised Astarte Ashtaroth. not even under no different name. They literally praised Astaroth. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me show this. Let me get to no, that's the birth of Joe Shoe. And now, let's start at 17. 17 and 5. And now God's attention was directed to the Hebrews, the Faithists of Western Arabia, or Western Africa, Western continental Africa, because also a part of Africa is what we call today the Middle East, or the Arabian Peninsula, where the false god Baal had gained access and power, having affiliated with one Dagon, a false god located in those regions, who maintained 6 earthly oracle houses and a small heavenly kingdom of his own. And it came to pass that the Hebrews were a divided people. A small minority of them still worshipped Jehovah, having colleges of prophecy and the places of learning. But the great majority of them were worshipers of the Lord and God, believing the Great Spirit was only a large man in heaven. Many of y'all still believe that today. After the manner of Baal, Dagon, Ashtaroth, or any other god, God said of them, though they pretend to be of many kinds, I only see 2. Those who worship the ever-present Jehovah, and those who are drifting into heathenism. Huh? Right here, look. Drop down to 12. And the Israelites will not only forsake their ancient doctrine of peace, but will become great warriors, both against other nations and peoples and against one another. Take heed, O Jeroboam, of the words of your God. And while Baal and Ashtaroth are in conflict and neglectful of the temples and oracles, you shall possess these. Okay, let's go down some more. Hold on one second. Here real quick, y'all. Okay. Let's go. This is the book of Safa. Let's go to the book of Safa. Right? Let's go back. Okay, this is the law of Moses. Again, watch this. Okay. Let me share my screen. Let's get a little vibe going in this thing. You dig what I'm talking about? Let's get a little vibe in here too. Get a little vibe going. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, in the year 3269 BK, or before Kosmon, roughly the 1400s, right? Roughly around 1420 something, excuse me. The Israelites began to marry with the Canaanites, who under control of Baal. Ashtaroth, whose dominions extended jointly with Baal over western and southern Arabia. So they had it pretty much split in half, all the way up. Sent spirit emissaries to the handsomest of the women of Canaan, and by impression led them into the camps of the Israelites to tempt the young men. Excuse me, on my phone. And many of the Israelitish young men were tempted by the beauty of the heathen women of Canaan, and thus took them for wives. They do got some beautiful sisters in Africa. And these wives brought with them their own familial spirits, who were slaves to Baal and Ashtaroth. The Arkaban immediately sent Jerob, right? But nevertheless, it so happened that when the half-breed children were grown up, the people from modern-day Israel, from the so-called Holy Lands over there, y'all, who end up becoming called Hebrews and Jews, right? The forefathers of the Pharisees and the Sadducees, right? Began to murmur against the peace policy of the Israelites, saying, as other people have kings and emperors, why not here? As other people raise up soldiers, declare war, and go forth, possessing lands and cattle, why do we not do so? For 397 years, or to 1156 BC, right? Or 397 years, or to 1156 BC, after going out of Egypt, the Israelites lived without a corporeal king. Wasn't no David, no Saul then. This is the time of the judges or other government, except the community of fathers, the rabbis. And they attained to 6 million souls. So they had doubled. They come out with roughly 3.5 million out of Egypt. Now it's 6. But in the 300th And 97th year, 1156 BC, the gods Baal and Ashtaroth triumphed through their familiar spirits and caused the Israelites to anoint a king over them. This king was called Saul, signifying of the Lord God, of El Adonai, Adonai El. Prior to this, the Israelites acknowledged no God or Lord, but covenant with the great spirit Jehovah. So who was you niggas calling yourself Israelites, praising a God and a Lord? You not the real ones. You come from this cut. The name had been kept secret with the fathers, and the commandments were announced to the great spirit I am. The familiar spirits now inspired Saul to change the words of the commands to the Lord your God as a conciliatory stratagem to please the nations and tribes of Baal, who worship Baal, Dagon, Ashtaroth, Hagop, and other gods and lords of the lower heavens, right? Hold on. But here we go right here. This is what I wanted to get to. After this, right? Hold on, let me get it to you. Let me go here. Jehovih the Ethereal angel command sought to preserve the old tenets and sought out among mortals one Samuel and inspired him to establish a college of prophets. This is your Essene Nazarene, starter of the prophets right here. And this was done at Naoth. And here the inspired congregated and they established a crescent table and made prophecies from Etheria for a period of 70 years. After this, the Israelites were two people. Those of the king. If you ever praise Saul, if you ever praise David, if you ever praise Solomon, if you ever praise Selassie, you one of these two people. It was those of the king and those of the Eoah, the creator, and of the prophets. And this placed the Israelites at a disadvantage before neighboring tribes and nations, having sacrificed the name of the Great Spirit. And they called him, what did they call him? Eolim or Eloah. What was the name of the spirits praised to during the Haitian revolt? Eloah. We know who you is. And they have sacrificed the name of the Great Spirit and made him into a man figure. The heathen said, what better is their Lord God than our Lord or our God? And they made war against the Israelites on all sides. And the latter, right, the niggas under the king, stooped to a corporeal king and went further and raised armies and soldiers and went to war. In the 409th year, right? In the 409th year. So, what year we talking about? 441, 1144. 1144 BC. In the 409th year, after the departure out of Egypt, the entire peace policy of non-resistance of the Mosaical inspiration was overthrown, and the Israelites became warriors and even warred against one another. The Israelites not only worshiped the imaginary idol, Lord God in heaven, but built representatives of him in stone and wood and worshiped them also. So don't worry about learning the BS. Get back right with your creator. Creator said, I've given you a plethora of holy books. But until you read them and then judge them, you will be caught in a snare of your own creating, man. That was, a good build right there. Nettie, Maynard, Cora L. Scott. I need to check these people out, man. Precursors to Faithism, they in the footsteps of faith. It was already coming. You know what I mean? Clearly who they inspired by, it tells, And we get into the tenets and all that, but I like to get into the more thoughtful side of Faithism. You dig what I'm talking about? So we bring out the thing to show these truths, why we rocking like we rocking. You know what I mean? Because we know what the goal is. And the goal is ethereal. You know what I mean? As always, man, Jehovih Chronicles, Kosmon, another good one. In the foots of Faithism. Sub, like, share. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm in. Breathe in. Kosmon is
and oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh,
just that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabul, that Tao Mein, since sun south in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Sang, so ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing, this flow is atmospherian, I call that a ground game, see water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning, so how your God make a sun without vortexian current, see the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people, oh watch me flow through your speakers, you feel the force of the ether, and when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing Puerto. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit rate is OTN. It's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than a sports car. Got more work than a door saw. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar. Oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahuin is now a ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God's, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you making salat. Well, I'm a Israelite, I'ma make him at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship photosphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith is so yeah.
Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah.
supposed to do.